Hey, lady, how's it going? I was muted because I was alone. Hey, lady, how's it going? How's your weekend going? You're just going to bed. Stay up. No volume. I was muted. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Who did that commercial? Verizon? Can you hear me now? So, how was your day, Anna Marie? What did you do? Did you want to come up and chat? I'll drop you the link. Still? Is it still echoing? Awesome. Since it's just the two of us, did you want to come up and chit chat for a little bit? I haven't seen you up on panel for a while. You should come up and chat a little. Has your weather died down a little bit? Oh, there she is. Oop, there she is. Hi, honey. How you
Hi,
doing?
doing all right. Trying to get past pneumonia
No way.
without a doctor. Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
last time I was as bad as I've been this time. How do you say it? Um, Last time I was nearly as bad as this. They wanted to incubate me in the hospital, and I wouldn't let them. That was like 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And I told my roomie, I'm like, hey, I ain't going. I'll freaking die at home before I'll let them touch me.
Right? Nobody wants to be
So,
doing that.
yeah, not with what I've been seeing.
And that's
So,
everybody's been saying to me. Oh, you shouldn't
yeah,
even go to the doctors. I'm like, yeah, no, that's not happening. Not going to the doctors. Not going to the hospital. Don't want to go anywhere near it.
yeah. Well, I happen to have a little bit of the breathing treatments and stuff I used to have. There was a time I was even on oxygen for quite a while after.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
but I got really physical. They had diagnosed me with COPD, and I was on oxygen, I think, for like 2 years. And I finally said, "The heck with it." Got rid of it. Got really physical, and had started whipping myself back into shape. I was like climbing hills and stuff like that. I wasn't doing like rock climbing, but
No.
was really hardening myself. I'd dress in my black hoodie in the spring up in Superior, Wisconsin, and do the trails along Lake Superior and stuff like that. And um in my steel toe boots and stuff like that, and dress really heavy with a lot of weight in me and on my
Yeah.
clothes and stuff. Got really physical. I mean, I'd have to sit and pant a little bit here and there, and occasionally lean on a tree or something, but it really did me a lot of good.
Hey, have you tried making yourself some of that homemade um, liquid with the orange peels and lemons peeled?
No, I got to get to the store and do that. I gag that stuff, but yeah, I don't have much of a sense of taste right now anyway. So yeah, I ended up with like sinus infection on top of it and the whole 9 yards.
Well, you can, once you make the mixture and store it in the fridge, you can add a little bit of raw honey to cut the bitterness,
Oh,
or you
okay.
or you can take a teaspoon of raw honey after you take the tablespoon of the stuff.
That's an
But you
idea.
think you should. I think they say you should take uh 2 tablespoons every 3 hours,
Mm, okay.
and it works like really well. So
Okay.
I had
Yeah.
some. I made some up when my daughter had the coof or whatever it was she had, and I never got sick. She was touching everything that I ate, everything I drank, everything in the house. She was sick for 2.5 weeks, and I never got sick. So
And I don't even think it's what they say it is. I just think it's probably like the respiratory thing, like SARS or whatever.
yeah, yeah. Just grab yourself 3 grapefruits and 3 lemons. Take the peels off.
Yeah, I made some for my roommate, I think like a year ago or so when she was sick, and it worked for her. Worked pretty
Works
quick.
like a charm.
You know, whoever thinks of doing that stuff for themselves, you know.
Right?
You know, always the caretaker of others, never thyself.
I just, things are so ready to burst at every seam right now.
Seems like it, but
It
it sure
seems
is
like it's
taking
been
its
ready to
time.
snap for the last month. Hello, Miss Lisa. How are you, darling?
Hello, hello.
Everyone, it's you, me, and Anna Marie. It's girls' night again. You and me and Anna Marie.
Climbing the tree and we're all happy.
Okay, honey. Give the puppies a snuggle for us, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Got my puppies here too.
Lori C, baby, how you doing? Finding Kino. Hey, how's it going? Didn't see you there.
So, can you see the pink moon from where you're at?
No. Is it pink? That's pretty wild.
It's supposed to be the pink moon, I guess.
It's ladies' night. Well, there's a song about that too, isn't it? Oh yes, it's ladies' night and a beat like rush.
Yeah, I don't remember that stuff. We need Camel Carl to tell us that stuff.
I know.
He's, he remembers all that.
Lisa will be back in a second. She's just took the pups out for um duties.
I'm going to mute for a second. I have to wash my hands.
Okie dokie. No problem. I finally got it to work and was able to find the settings that I needed. Hey, NC Deb, how you doing? Let you know I will be listening. Happy Easter to you too. Yeah, we're all ready. It's we've been ready for a month. The seams are ready to burst. It's time for the big guy to bring his hand down, wipe the evil, and give us back what we were supposed to have all along. I hope everybody had a good Easter. I'm not, I don't have any family here. It's just my daughter and I, and she spends most of her time with her boyfriend, so I tried to get some packing done today until the power went out. Our power went out for 3.5 hours. No explanation as to why.
Really?
And then when it came back on, they said that up north around Kingston, Tweed, Perth could expect to be without power all night.
Wow.
Nice.
Well, that's not good.
No. That's my puppy that was involved in a hit and run last week.
Aw.
And so that's my daughter's kitten who refused to stay away, even though the big dog would tell her no. She just kept snuggling. So I've been looking through and finding pics of her because I'm missing her a lot, especially when my daughter's out with her boyfriend. It's not nice being here alone with no warning of what's going on. She used to let me know if people were over at the barn or if people were in the driveway. Oh yeah, and they didn't even stop to say that they hit her. She was missing for about 2.5 hours, and then there was a knock at the door, and a gentleman came to the door and said, "Do you have a black dog?" I said, "Yeah, a Rottweiler." He said, "Well, somebody hit her." And right as he said that, my daughter and her boyfriend pulled in, and he said to her, "Don't get out of the car." That's Tira. And she goes, "Where?" She thought she was running around, and he said, "Don't get out of the car." And but then she saw me up on the deck with the guy that was at the door. He came running, and they said that whoever hit her so hard that she left a dent in the shoulder of the road.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and they didn't stop or nothing. They just kept going.
Oh my goodness.
I really miss her. And my daughter was like, "Well, we'll get another one." I said, "No, I can't get another one right now. I have a month and a half. I still have no clue where I'm going to be living in a month and a half, and I have to pack the house, so I can't work on training a dog right now. So I'll have to wait until after I find someplace."
I'm so sorry that happened to you.
She was such a big suck. She was a 135-pound lap dog.
Aw.
So, ladies, did you want me to try and see if I can get my telegram to share again?
If you'd like to. I'm just gonna let you know if all of a sudden I disappear. It might be because my phone overheats when I do this.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And all of a sudden it'll kick me out and I have to like shut my phone off and reboot in order to get back on, even to give you a message to tell you I got kicked out. It's weird.
Oh, no. Before I even
Yeah,
know that, so you better tell me what it is, because I don't like that channel, I don't watch it, and I don't want to hear nothing about their attacking other channels. So you might want to inform me on what it is. As soon as I saw the name, I looked the other way.
what are we
Um,
talking about? Hi
what's that?
everybody. What was that about?
Oh, Lisa
I'm
wanted me to check out that link, but as soon as I saw the name of the channel, I just shut it off because I
Oh,
won't watch them tearing apart channels.
oh,
And I know that they've made 2 feature films from me by twisting context and editing and piecing things together so that they could do it for their entertainment, and I think that's just sick. People that would do that and go out and destroy channels just for entertainment obviously don't want the same end game that we want, in my opinion, anyways.
hmm.
Jeff posted for Robert. Yeah, but it's coming from that channel, so I'm sure it's not good. I'm going to see. Click that button.
That little chihuahua is just staring me down. Gonna show me your war face? Hmm?
See
Gonna
this?
show me war face?
That now I want it enlarge on there. Pheromone collars, they work. I'm alone. Pet sitting for my neighbor. For Easter, it's okay. I'm used to it. I'm alone too, Deb. Well, basically my daughter, but she's, hanging out with her boyfriend. I wonder how I make this bigger. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Isn't that special? Would you expect anything less from the New York Times?
No.
Unbelievable. Wonder.
What is that sound? I always think you got a snowmobile racing past your house.
It's my the fan for my computer.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately.
I'm like, ooh, that sounds like a fast machine. It's there and then it's gone.
Okay, that's not the one I want. Did it open though? It did open. Okay. Let me see if I can pull this off. Dun, dun, dun. Bring this up. Make this larger. Uh-oh. What did I do? Okay. We're going to give this a whirl. Did it go bigger? Is it enlarged?
Yes, it is.
Okay. This is an ad, I think. Yep, it's an ad. Holy crap, this is a long ad.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Talking soap bottle.
3-minute long video on some doofus doing laundry?
And that's on Telegram?
Well, the video's on my Telegram account, but it's from, I think, YouTube.
Oh.
But when I expand it, I can't see the option to delete the app, to get rid of the ad.
I see. I see.
Holy crap. Talk about suckering you into. It doesn't even let you click out of it. You gotta watch this dork for 3 minutes.
A lot of times, if you don't catch it within that 1, 2, 3, 4 little span, it'll keep going.
I didn't even see the option to catch it. Fair use, YouTube.
Oh, it's Elusive Truth. I like that, Chan.
Yeah, this will blow your mind. Let's see if I can make a banner for this. Create banner. Paste. Add banner. Okay. Seriously? Another ad?
It's about the human leather. Ooh, I saw that one.
Another freaking ad. Jeez. Man, oh man. Did you at any point see an option to click out of this? Because I haven't on either of them.
Not on your screen.
I've had that a lot too when I've been watching it on YouTube on my TV. They're not even giving you the option to skip it anymore. They're making you watch both of them.
I think Elusive Truth is on Rumble too.
Okay, here we go. Can you hear it?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Oh, come on. Can't hear it. And I pressed the audio. The volume's turned up. I pressed the share audio. Well, that's a real pisser. I did everything I was supposed to.
Yeah, they were trying to justify on there about the people are allowed to sell themselves to have that done with their bodies or whatever.
That's disgusting.
You saw the one with the human spines for handles, didn't you?
That's just gross.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's, for some reason, I feel like it's different than what people have done with, animal bones and things over the years and deer antlers and things like that. Just seems like a different type of thing to me.
Um, share. Can you see that?
Yep. It's a little small, can't read it.
See, and I blew it up on this side.
I think if you click on the picture of him, the whole thing might blow up.
Nope, it took me to a different page.
Nope, it moved.
Took me to a different page.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I just gotta find my way back to mine. Here it is. Man, why does it keep doing that?
And see, Deb, I like that. I don't know jack about that stuff. You're doing well, though. That's funny.
I don't understand why when I blow it up on the window that I'm sharing, it doesn't blow up on there.
You know that just what that says on that screen right now about that stuff
Yep.
has been known for a really long time.
By them, not by us.
I heard about it a long time ago. I even talked to my roomie who used to be a veterinarian about it, and she's like, "You're kidding me." And then I was like, "Yeah." I said, and that was like a couple years ago that I told her that. but she hasn't been in the practice for like, oh, I gotta say maybe 20 years when she got MS.
I wonder if there's another way I can do this. Turn that down and let that stupid thing play. I'm gonna try it from the actual video and see if it'll share from there. But I'm gonna spare you all the. Nope, they're not giving me an option to get rid of these ads. What a pain in the butt. Okay, I'm gonna try this now. Share. Oh, looky, another ad. Woohoo. Okay, did it make it larger? Or no?
Yep.
Yes? Okay. We'll see if the volume
Sorry, I
works.
was talking and I was muted.
We'll see if the. Did you hear that little bit of commercial?
No, haven't heard any noise.
Oh,
Just your
crap.
fan.
Any sound?
Nope.
Man, I don't understand why it's not working. I pushed the share audio, so I don't know why it's not sharing the audio. Maybe I screwed something up in the settings somewhere. Because that sucks. I want to figure out why the sound's not working.
Yeah, where's Rob or Monty? Where are those guys?
Monty came on last night. Were you here when he came on?
No.
He was funny. He came on and we were talking with Devil Dog. And we
Yeah.
were calling him, "Come on, Monty, get up on panel." And he goes, "That means I have to put clothes on." Oh, come on. And then Devil Dog says, "Just cover your top part with Post-it notes or something." And I said, "Spoons work too, right?" And he was
That's
like,
funny. Oh my gosh. Post-it notes. Here's your sign.
yeah. And then he held up a little fan of those little tiny teeny Post-it notes. He goes, "Here, Monty, you can use these."
That's funny.
It was funny.
Well, and he has all those different little things he uses. I think they're like Snapchat or something.
Yeah.
He probably could have been in any kind of outfit he wanted with that.
Yeah. Hello?
I'm here.
Oh. I think he uses OBS or something, and I could never. That's like I'm having a hard enough time figuring this out, let alone doing that. Yeah, I can't figure out why the sound won't work.
I get too frustrated to mess with that stuff.
I mean, I figured out the subscriber part, and yeah, see, oh, there he is. Hi, Devil Dog. We were just talking about your little fan that you showed Monty post-it notes last night. That was funny as shit. I was trying to share a video, but I can't get the sound to work for some reason. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I clicked the share audio, but it still wouldn't play. And I'm going to tell you, I downloaded that, I saved that video link that you gave me, and there was like 470 comments, and I couldn't find video links in any of them. So then I wasn't sure if I had the right video. I was showing some Telegram stuff, but that didn't last for long. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. We could look through this stuff, I guess, but I just can't figure out why it won't. Follow these steps. Yeah, I did the share screen. Yeah, I clicked the audio. No. Was this helpful? No. Like I could show you this one, but like I can't figure out why the audio won't work even though I clicked share audio. More
Wish I
freaking
knew how to
ads.
help you.
What's that?
I wish I knew how to help you.
I wish I wasn't such a tech dummy.
I'll tell you, the first time I had a cell phone, I don't know how many times that thing almost hit the wall. And I'm like, it's not the phone that's the dummy. You know who's the dummy.
Right. Share screen. Share system audio. It's probably another ad. Yep, another ad. And they won't even let you get rid of it now. They make you watch the whole thing.
Have you noticed the new thumbs up on YouTube?
No.
When you thumbs up on somebody's channel, it like the little thumbs up like lights up, and think it like shoots some stars or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that started today.
So that's supposed to make your day or something? Because you get to see stars
I
going
guess
off?
it's supposed to look like a celebration.
I wonder what happens when you click the dislike.
I haven't found anything I dislike to give a thumbs down to, I guess. I haven't spent that much time on it today.
Now I clicked the share audio and everything, so we'll see if this works. I don't know why it's not. I got it to work once last night.
Maybe it's the volume.
I haven't touched the volume on here, and the volume on the video is okay. Let's try this. Did it get bigger?
Yeah, it got bigger. No
Is there
sound though.
volume?
Nope. Mr. MBB33. 333333. No. I used to watch him on a regular basis. Oh, nope, that was your computer or your fan. Well, you're just going to have to be a better commentator, narrator. So it looks like somebody shot a hole in the sun. Or is that the moon? Are you muted now?
No, I took my mute off.
Yeah, just a little bit before you put that on there, Earthmaster just put out a notice about the solar flare.
Links. Oh, wait. Links are in the description, not the comments. Oh, you said in the first 3 comments, so I kept checking the comments, and I'm like, there's 470 comments.
Devil Dog thinks your volume is very low.
What about now when I'm speaking? Is it okay or is it low?
No, see, you sound fine to me, but I'm not with those guys.
Uh, No, I don't want to do that. Is that better? Except for the fan.
Hmm. You said you're fine, but the video volume is low. Man, wish this is one of those times you could like be like bewitched and wiggle your nose and it's all fixed. No, I can't even hear you. Hello. Let me
Hey,
entertain you.
Devil
There you
Dog.
are. Oh.
You want to hear an addition to what I told you last night about them stopping charging us from our license plate renewals? Not only did I not pay for the renewal, but I got a check in the mail for the last set of stickers that I paid for. So that was pretty cool. I used that to buy some groceries today. Are we still here? I think so.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I got a. They came out and said that they were stopping charging us for um, plate renewals in March, and I was just about to pay for mine, so I withdrew it, so I didn't have to pay it. But then I got a check in the mail today for the last set of stickers that I did pay for, and I was like, right on, I can buy some groceries now.
Wow.
Just because everything's going to be closed tomorrow.
Well, I hope you have a nice Easter.
The only way that it would be nice for me is if all the seams burst and they started dragging all these scumbags off to Gitmo. That would make it a really nice Easter.
Excuse me. Sure would.
I just on Rumble, trying to think who put this one out. I think it was SGT Report, but I can't be sure. It's the world premiere of a movie called 1971, the year the world got the shaft. Oh, it's by Clay Clark.
I just watched one called The Third Castle.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that was pretty interesting.
What was that about?
Well, it discussed all the way back to colonial times and the three the three castles being like England, DC,
and
and the Vatican.
Vatican.
Yeah. And went as far back as to talk about going back about like bankruptcy or whatever and the funding of the states and the bickering amongst who should help like in the banking and financing and everything with the United States goes back to the 1700s, that a lot of our stuff started back then,
Oh,
telling that
now
history.
you're getting into the era of stuff that Devil Dog knows off the top of his head.
Yeah, yeah. So it was pretty good, you know.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
don't remember.
did you see that 3-part series of Stolen History?
I don't know.
That's an awesome 3-part series. You should watch that. You can find it on YouTube. It's called Stolen History. And
Hmm.
there's 3 parts to it. And the third part talks about how they got rid of all the um, Greek and Roman era buildings that were all over the world, but many in North America, and they used the world fairs to demolish them so that people wouldn't clue in.
Oh
Because
yeah, I've been looking into a lot of that stuff for quite a few years, but I don't think I've seen that 3-part series
look
about
up
that.
on YouTube Stolen History, and it's a 3-part series, and it's amazing. The stuff that they tell you in there is mind blowing.
I'll write that one down. I've watched so many, I forget what they're called, you know.
Yeah, I know when I watched that one, I bookmarked that one because it had a lot of really good information on it.
Yeah, and
And
a
just
lot more stuff is coming out about like the orphan trains, and a lot more
yeah,
stuff's coming out.
the stuff that they've been hiding for hundreds of years,
Yeah.
and they just keep rewriting history, removing historical monuments, buildings, so that you don't ever know that they were there.
I've even seen some historical videos that speak of dates and have shown old film footage of buildings like in even San
Okay,
Francisco
Lisa.
and
Okay,
throughout the
Lisa.
United States. Whoops.
Sorry, no problem. No problem, Lisa. Whenever. Go help your neighbor, honey. Just be careful. Okay, sorry about that, Anna Marie.
Oh, that's all right. Anyway, they show these buildings and everything where they were supposedly the built date on them, and then they go and they actually show like even on coins that
Oh,
where
yeah.
people think it's like um 1800 or whatever on there, that it's actually an 800 and something.
Yeah. And you see some of the shows about the mud floods,
Oh yeah.
and they show all these buildings where they go in to do repairs and they find a whole other floor that used to be the ground floor, but it was all buried in mud, so they just put new doors in and everything and covered it up. So when you're
Yeah.
walking down the street, you'd be at sidewalk level, there's half of a window or half of a doorway because the rest
Yeah.
is all was all underground.
I sent my brother pictures of some of that kind of stuff, and I said, "Do you remember when we were little, what we saw in the big city when they tore down places when we'd be walking to our relatives or different areas because the city that we grew up in was all really hilly. I
Yeah.
said, "Do you remember seeing things like this?" And he's like, "Oh yeah." I mean, we were just little kids, and we would sneak into those areas because we could sneak between the poles and different stuff like that. And we'd wander around because we were looking for agates and little trinkets and things like that, and just curious little turds, you know. And
Yeah.
um, we got into a lot of places we never should have been in, and snuck around, and we were really sneaky little turds. Our mom didn't keep a very good eye on us when we were real little. So anyhow,
Oh, see what Devil Dog put?
actually, it just shows there's something in chat.
A coin with a
Yep,
date 1800 equals 800 AD.
yep, yep. But
This
you
like
talk
that
about
stuff,
that with certain people, they think you're nuts.
yeah, and that stuff amazes me. Like I love watching the stories about the mud floods where they show you these buildings. They dig down and show you the other floor that's buried.
Yep. Well, to tell you the truth, when I was a little girl, there were some cathedrals in the city I grew up in, and I would sneak in there because back in the day, they would leave the doors open in the summer when it was hot. They didn't lock up the doors, and I'd sneak in and go in and look at all the beautiful stained glass windows and go down all the hallways and go down the stairs. And if they had elevators, I'd be playing on the elevators. Some of them had bathrooms where you could push a button on the floor with your foot. That was fascinating to me, you know? And nobody ever said anything to me. I'd hide up in the balcony and I'd listen to them practicing on the pipe organs and all that stuff. But yeah, some of them do have tunnels. Found them. And I was just a little turd. But I was good at hiding.
I wonder if there's something in the actual volume control on my laptop that adjusts the volume for playback. Something else I don't know. There's a lot more that I don't know than what I do know.
You got to be like Kamakaro. Just push all the buttons and see what they do.
Oh, I did that last night and I started closing things I wasn't supposed to close, and I thought, oh, I better stop before I knock
but
everything off.
but can't you push it back?
No, because it closed the window and then it was gone.
Oh,
But it was funny when Monty came up.
he is pretty funny.
We were talking to him. Remember those big beanbag chairs they used to have back in the 70s?
Yeah.
My aunt used to have a big orange leather one. And I remember all the kids used to jump, like they'd go down into the basement and they'd take a running jump. Well, eventually, after kids doing that enough, one of the seams let go and there went poof,
Poof.
styrofoam confetti all through the basement.
You know, I almost hate to be admitting to being a party of
Oh, did you do that?
of picking on somebody one time. Someone that thought she was all it, had her pretty little sports car with a sunroof parked at an event in a town I lived at, and she was getting pretty inebriated and being pretty obnoxious, and we had a whole truckload of that tiny little insulation foam balls.
Yeah.
So we dumped it in her sunroof that was open. Kept
Oh,
dumping it in there and dumping it in there and dumping it in there till her car was all full to the top of those little balls of styrofoam. Well, she got it all cleaned out and stuff eventually, and she fussed a little bit about how hard it was to get them when they're all staticky, get them sucked up in the vacuum. And the big funny came later on when it got a little bit cold out, and she went to turn on the defrosters, and little balls kept flying all over in her car.
Well, I'll tell you about a defroster. When I got married, the guys in the wedding party thought it would be fun to take a 10-pound bag of rice and scatter it through the car.
Uh-oh.
And it filled my defroster vents with rice.
So that blew out?
No, rice doesn't blow out that easy. It just
Oh
plugged
no.
everything up and started overheating everything. That
Oh
that
no.
little cute joke that they thought, that cost me $1,800 to get my car fixed.
Oh no. That's
Yeah,
worse than the Lindbergher cheese they did to my friend in her car then. At least she could roll the window down and not have to smell it.
well, they had to take the whole dash apart to get all of the rice that was jammed in the defroster fins and everything. It was terrible. So, needless to say, I wasn't that amused. I
Yeah,
did.
that
I
was
did not. It did not find it funny.
yeah, the funny didn't end up being funny. That sucks.
So,
Yeah, you live and learn. Sorry for it later.
yeah, it was like I got in the car and my jaw just dropped. I was like, "What freaking a-hole did this?"
And they were probably people that loved you too.
They were the guys in the wedding party. They thought it was funny.
Little did they
Unbelievable.
know.
Yeah. Well, that really sucks that I can't figure that out. And it's probably something to do because Devil Dog said it was the volume on the video that was low, which means he could hear it, but it was low.
See, and I couldn't hear it, and I was up here with you.
And there's got to be maybe a setting that adjusts the playback in the actual volume settings for the system, but I don't know how to
Hmm.
do that either. I just know there probably is one, and I'm too stupid to find it. But
Mm,
what's today? Or
well, depending
Saturday.
on
Saturday
your
was the
time.
15th, right? Because it's Sunday now. So
Well, yeah, now
Saturday,
it's the 17th.
really? When was the 15th? 15th was the anniversary of the Titanic going down.
That was Friday.
Yeah. See, I'm losing track of days now.
Oh, so is my roommate. She's a day ahead of time. She took the garbage out a day early.
Well,
I
give
said,
her
well,
an
I
E
hope
for
we don't
effort,
have
right?
any. Yeah. I said, well, as long as we don't get snow, maybe we won't have any fish tailing drunks knocking over garbage cans out on the road. Being in Wisconsin here and on the outskirts, you get some wild people driving in and out of here through the dead ends and stuff. They turn on the wrong road and they think they can give her and do whatever they want.
Have you heard any more on the um, November 3rd debacle in your state?
No.
No? Well, for people who had so many things of proof of corruption, oodles and oodles of it they said they had, and they still haven't done nothing about it. Of course, neither has Arizona, neither has Pennsylvania, neither has Georgia, neither
Oh,
has
they say they
Michigan.
have to go through this legal process, but then again, whatever happened to we've got it all?
They don't have to go through shit. It's up to the legislators to recall those, period, of your state. If they
It's
find
yeah, and
if your state legislators find uh,
I think
the F
across
word,
the board,
yeah,
through the whole deal, they all need to be called into line
yeah,
because every one of them has seen the proof. They know it's there. They know this is
exactly.
real, and none of them are doing anything about it. They're saying, "Oh, nothing can be done about it." Then they're a freaking liar.
That's right, because the Supreme Court ruled that fraud vitiates everything, and all you have to do is find one bit of fraud to prove. They've got more than enough, and it's up to the
And
state
then
legislators. It's not
and
up
then
to the
there's that
federal
guy
government.
that came out and put the video out about the machines, and then um they didn't leave it sit with what he had said. They said, "Well, then did you go back in and switch the votes?" And he said, "Yeah." And then in doing that, I decided I would check and see if I could use a cell phone to go back and switch them back. And you can.
Well, when Pulitzer was doing, I don't know if he was in Georgia or Michigan. Hi, Chucker. How's it going? I'm sucking again. That's what's wrong. I can't get the volume to play. I can get the thing to come up, but I can't get the volume to play. And Devil Dog said he could hear it, but it was really low. And I don't know if I'm missing a setting in my system settings that adjusts the volume or what, but I just know I'm stupid. Oh, you called in the cavalry. Did you bother Chuck? Maybe him and Vicky were enjoying a nice evening. I was trying to share a video, Chuck, and I got the video and everything to show up. I even pushed the share audio when I went to share it, but I can't get the sound to work, and I can't figure out what I'm doing wrong. Yeah.
Hey, Brenda, my phone is getting really warm. So
Okay.
before it totally kicks me out, I'm gonna jump out. I had fun up here with you.
Alrighty.
Hopefully, I can do it again one of the days.
Okie dokie, honey. Thanks for coming in.
I'll be down in chat. Love you, hon.
Alrighty. Okie dokie. Yep. I clicked the share button. I clicked the share audio box at the bottom. I brought up the window. No volume. And they won't even let you skip the ads anymore. They make you watch the whole freaking thing, even when it's 3 minutes long. I had it all the way up on the video, and I don't know, I did the right click on the volume control options. What does it say? It says the default sound device will always show its own volume control. And it says all devices are currently playing sound. And the box that's unchecked is the default communication device. And then in a box it has digital audio headphone speakers. And none of them have boxes checked. So I don't know. Oh, yeah, I don't know how to figure out which one because I turned up the volume on the video and everybody said my volume on here was fine. Yeah, on the video right below. I checked that the volume was turned all the way up, but Anna Marie said she couldn't hear it, and Devil Dog said it was really, really low. So I don't know. Because I checked the volume on the. Yeah, I checked. That's what I was just reading you was the volume control from the computer. Hi, Monte. I checked the volume on the actual video, and it was all the way up. I clicked that little box that said share audio, and I just read you what's in the control panel for the laptop volume, and I don't know if I've got something not checked right or. Because I was gonna show them some more cool stuff that I had saved on Telegram, but I just couldn't get the volume to play. You seen the Batman signal outside your window? Yes, I put the alert up. Help! Think I'm falling. Help! We were coming up with all kinds of songs earlier. Ladies. It was ladies' night for a while. The link's there if you want to come up, guys, because I really suck at talking to myself. Some people are really good at it, and then there's us, like me, who are not. Yeah, because you're probably smarter than the average bear, Chuck. Whereas, when it comes to tech stuff, everybody at SAC knows I'm having trouble. Great! Canadian Patriots falling flat on her face again. Oh, are you sitting naked in your beanbag chair again? You got to get you one of them t-shirts from Devil Dog. One of the ones that he made up. I couldn't believe he sold 142,000 of them. Yep. Frying bacon naked is fun. It shows commitment. Or that you're senile. Hi, Chuck.
I mean, I turned the cam off. I made a Cuban pulled pork thing.
Because when that bacon grease splashes, ooh, doggy. Yeah, I don't know.
These settings on here to play out through me with the audio. I think it's just. I've never run into that issue before with using it. I make sure everything I'm running, like I've turned, make sure my audio is up on my, down on the left or right corner. You can check sometimes if you right click down there where your speaker icon is.
Yeah, that's what I was reading before.
Not sound settings, I hit the wrong one. It'd be your mixer, volume mixer. A lot of times, you go in there and look, you'll have something running in the background. That volume can be down. Sometimes I'll pause it. You see the option for volume mixer? Right click on your speaker down in the right corner, down by your clock, will show your sound. You right click there and it should say open volume mixer.
Okay, hang on. I right click on it. It says open volume mixer. Yes.
Go to that.
Oh, system sounds.
Is any of them turned down?
The system sound was.
That may be it. A lot of things fall in weird spots.
I wonder if I try it again.
Try and see if it works. Did you set it up? Check your audio and your all on your video, and
Okay. Let me see if I still have it. I do still have it. So share system audio.
was it maybe something to do with the shared system audio? I don't think I ever turned that on. I just mute myself and play it.
Yeah. I'm trying to it's not showing. Let me see here.
I think a few of the shows are starting to get aggravated with me. I'll get on there and talk and what have you. And if they get to where everybody's talking over each other, if I try to talk a few times and keep getting talked over, I just leave. I don't know if it's pissing people off. I think it is.
Okay.
I'll wait to let other people talk and then try. It seems like I get ran over, and after once or twice, I just leave. I might have hurt Bonnie's feelings last night by doing that.
Okay, let me try this again. See if I can. I was trying. We'll just try this one, I guess.
But whenever on your show and it gets to be chaos, and I try to talk a couple times, I just leave. You'll know why. Figure it's better than arguing.
There's those frickin' commercials that they won't let you get rid of.
It sounds like you had a truck driving through your house.
Well, it's probably my fan again. Or maybe because I turned the volume up. Okay. Let me see if this works. Okay, there's that stupid fan.
You're like a wolf. Your volume on that one is muted.
Yeah, I muted it because of the ads. They won't let you skip the ads anymore.
Yeah, some they do, some they don't. I don't know what's going on with this. It's like forced to watch commercials.
Yeah, tonight, every single one of them, they forced us to play the whole thing. So that's why I shut the volume off on it.
How loud are the commercials?
Really loud.
And it might be something to do with the video audio. Then if the commercials were loud but the video wasn't, that tells me it's something on that end. The way they recorded it or something.
Okay, tell me if you can hear this when I push play.
I hear something.
Can you hear it or no?
Something.
No?
I just hear something every now and then, a scratching noise. I don't hear anything else really. But the commercials are really loud. Can you hear it on your end?
Yep.
Try not sharing the audio, maybe. That's why I was saying to play the commercials so I can hear it.
What's that?
That's why I was saying let the audio run on that commercial to see if I could hear it. I was seeing if it was all of it or the video itself. Try unticking that share audio and just let the video run and then mute yourself.
Okay, so I would have to close the share screen and do it again, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know how you can go back and change that.
Stop the screen. Oh, there he is. Hi, Monte.
Hey, Monty.
Can't figure this volume thing out for nothing.
Why is my head always cut off? What the?
Didn't you have to help somebody with the same thing a while back, Monty?
What?
This audio weirdness and share audio sometimes works and sometimes it don't for some.
Yeah. It's hang on, I'm sitting in my beanbag chair. Golly, I'm echoing in my headset. All right.
Okay.
Did you click on your audio down there on your share screen when you went to go?
Yeah, I did. I've done it every time and it doesn't. Everybody says it. Can you hear it?
Hey, I had this similar problem. Go up to your YouTube screen, go where that little audio thing is, and make sure it's actually the sound's turned up on your screen right there. No.
I've checked volume everywhere. I can't figure this out.
I did that one time, and then when it was actually on the YouTube side, that little slide bar right next to the audio,
Yeah.
it was turned down, and I was like, after I'd reset my computer or my laptop several times and this and that, trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay, the volume on the video
It's
is
up.
all the way up.
What is going on? Click on share. Click on the share right there, and then put it in private chat, and then I'll see if I can share it. See if it's different, and then we'll go from there.
You mean share the link?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you can do it there or at the bottom of the where it says share. Right. Feel like I'm a vampire. Oh. Nah, I ran out of Cheetos. I'm joking.
We can always start making bacon. Makes it more thrilling.
All right. Let me pull this up. I'll share screen. Chrome tab. Stolen history.
It's playing on my end.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Are you ready to give it a try? Installation is simple.
What do we really know about our past? Are we suffering from a collective memory loss? Who are we really, and where do we come from? technically advanced unified civilization on our planet less than 500 years ago? Are star cities one of the markers of this civilization? Was there a reset that destroyed large parts of our past, our knowledge and culture? Nothing is as it seems. It's time for us to remember again and lift the veil of deception.
We need to figure out where your audio issue is in your end, Lisa, or Brenda.
What do we really know about our past? What if everything was different from what we have always been told? Was there a technically advanced unified civilization on our planet less than 500 years ago? The scale and complexity of star cities make them unreasonable for defense. Are star cities one of the markers of this civilization? Did this civilization break into pieces in the course of a massive cataclysm? Was there a reset that destroyed large parts of our past, our knowledge and culture? Was industrialization, the establishment of central banks, the debt money system, and the political system of fake democracy a consequence of this reset? Was religion established as a means of manipulation after the previous society collapsed and unimaginable suffering settled over the earth? Are the great religions merely cults of salvation and redemption in reaction to the experienced end of the world?
The plasma, electric, and magnetic lab produced many of the geological forms seen on Earth, Mars, and the Moon.
Why has Scythia, then Tartary, been erased from the maps and from our memory? Was Pompeii not buried until the eruption of Vesuvius in 1631 AD, as the researcher Andreas Churilov claims? Why do the inscriptions on the walls and houses in Pompeii speak of a war of Rome against free Italy? If Pompeii sank only 400 years ago, why is there no church or other Christian symbolism in the excavated city? How is it that cave paintings that have lasted thousands of years deteriorate so soon after modern discovery? Are they simply modern forgeries intended to establish the theory of evolution? Why were the first cave paintings discovered only after the theory of evolution was firmly established? Cave paintings went seemingly unnoticed to mankind until 1878, when a member of the influential Spanish Santander family discovered them in a cave on his property in Altamira. It remains a fact that most scholars at the time thought the paintings in Altamira cave were a Darwinist forgery. Why does architecture before the 20th century exhibit the same principles worldwide? The structures of the ancient world were based on principles that we now call Greco-Roman. Did the Industrial Revolution
At Harvard Business School, we have a unique approach to online learning.
merely reintroduce technological knowledge that we had previously possessed? Why did human knowledge explode in the 19th century, only to stagnate? Apart from computers and the internet, there has been no fundamental breakthrough in technology for 100 years. What role did the World's Fairs play in introducing forgotten technology? Why did the World's Fairs all incur huge losses, despite their funding by profit-minded industrial robber barons? Demolishing hundreds of impressive neoclassical buildings so soon after their construction adds to the mystery of this losing proposition. Were these power players secretly destroying remnants of old world structures under the pretense of a temporary exposition? Why were millions of orphans taken against their will by the Church to the New World? What happened in Europe that millions of families allowed their children to be taken from them? Why was it only in the 19th century that insane asylums began to be established, and why were both political dissidents and the supposedly mentally ill imprisoned there? Why do these asylums exhibit the same architectural principles that we know from the old world? Were the impressive buildings of the old unified civilization repurposed as prisons for those who resisted the new order? To date, almost all these asylums have been demolished. Another economic mystery. Were the asylums just the logical continuation of the Church's Inquisition and witch hunts? How long did it take to wipe out the last keepers of ancient knowledge? Are Freemasons called Freemasons because they pass off the architecture of the old world as their own work? Freemasonry equals free masonry? Was colonialism and imperialism of the Spanish, Portuguese and British nothing more than a merciless world raid to destroy and annex the remnants of the ancient world? Was the Civil War in the US really a war between the Vatican-infiltrated northern states and the freedom-loving southern region who refused to deny their true past? Or was the establishment of communism and a 20th century global conflict two sides of the same coin to wipe out any last remnant of European Old World culture? Does the biblical serpent symbolize the primordial enemy of mankind, a hostile non-human race? Was there once a unified language on Earth? Are the events of the 1811 Great Comet, 1812 New Madrid earthquake and 1816 Year Without a Summer representative of a single event in history? Why does Napoleon appear exactly at this time to allegedly destroy half of Europe? Was Napoleon invented as a historical placemaker for a cataclysmic disaster that occurred in Europe?
It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it.
Was modern science, specifically physics, astrophysics, archaeology, evolutionary biology, and geology, created just to keep us in a mental prison? Why are people getting sicker and sicker? Has most of the real knowledge been stolen from us? Is the myth of the biblical flood the echoes of an event that wiped out the ancient world less than 500 years ago? Were there giants on Earth? Did we worship them as gods? Did they teach us secret knowledge about architecture, medicine, astronomy, and our origins? Are they the creators of the star cities, the complex canal systems and grid patterns found all over the planet? Perhaps Earth was a gigantic terraforming project. Was free ether energy replaced with messy energy extraction from limited resources to enslave humanity? Were star cities used for energy production and energetic protection from our enemies? What role did frequencies play in the creation of highly complex star forms? Are we suffering from a collective memory loss? Is history nothing more than an artificial matrix of repetitive events created for the purpose of suppressing our true potential? Who benefits from keeping humanity asleep? Who are we really, and where do we come from? Why does it seem that more truth is found in the ancient stories and myths of our ancestors than our textbooks and modern scientific research? Does our amnesia keep us from accessing these collective memories found in ancient myths? Is that lost part of humanity the reason modern life is so cold and hostile? Nothing is as it seems. It's time for us to remember again.
Zuerst wurde es dunkel, dann kamen die Fremden. Sie kommen, wenn wir schlafen, auf der Suche nach etwas, um ihre Sterblichkeit zu verhindern, um unsere Gedanken zu stillen. Unsere Seele unterscheidet uns von ihnen, um unsere Erinnerungen auszulöschen. Wir haben viel zu tun, um all das zu zerstören, was uns menschlich sein lässt.
Thanks, Monte.
Hey, no problem.
Was she using that fire hydrant as an antenna?
Huh?
Did you see that woman back in like the 20s or whatever? She wrapped a wire around a fire hydrant and then she opened an umbrella that was full of wires.
I don't know. I think I missed that part. Why is everybody writing?
What's that?
I see your comment to me down in chat. I can't see chat whenever I'm sharing a video.
Oh. Are you up for playing part 2, Monty?
Sure.
Okay, let me get rid of this banner.
So does one of your audio drivers need updated? Is that what it is? Or
I have no idea, but you remember we were discussing this last night, and this laptop is 15 years old.
Right.
Maybe after I find a place to live, I'll look into getting a replacement laptop.
I'm here. Company was leaving.
What's that, Chuck?
I said, I'm here. Our company was leaving. I made a big old pulled pork today and potato salad. My son made cucumber salad.
Man, I'm on my way there.
Oh, yum.
I made Cuban pork and then pulled it.
Right.
Anybody who was around could have come eat. It was good.
Shush. Okay.
Your fan sounds like you're standing at a bus station.
I know,
Sounds
I'm
like a
sorry. And I've got it on one of those things too. I've got
Sounds
it
like a
on one of
vacuum
those
cleaner.
metal
Is it a computer
things that
fan
lifts.
or a side fan or what?
It's underneath.
Oh, that computer based thing, like to keep the computer cool.
Yeah. Like I've got it on one of those metal things that you can angle to sit it up so that it gets airflow, but the fans are underneath the laptop. Oh,
They
that's the
kind
wrong
of
one.
zoom sometimes, huh?
What's that?
They zoom sometimes. That's because they're doing their job, I guess.
Okay. I'm just gonna copy. No, I'm not gonna copy that. I'm gonna copy this and put it in private chat. Copy. Uh-oh. Made that too big. Private chat.
Yeah, those mud floods we were talking about, that's when that liquefaction stuff took and all that mud came up and covered bottom windows to buildings.
Yeah, and you could see, like, you'd be walking down the sidewalk and you'd see, like, the top of a window or something, or the top of a doorway.
Yeah, you
And
had.
then they just built new ones above ground.
Yeah, but I remember a lot of the pictures. You see like a window that's going underground. Like, yeah, they don't build a building like that.
Banner.
But that kind of stuff supposedly happens every so often. Like, I think the last time it was like 160 years ago.
Well, like, do you see the size of some of those buildings? And they want you to believe that people with primitive tools built those.
An hour and 19 minutes.
Think of this, the architecture of them buildings, but they got mud streets and everybody thought that was normal.
Okay, hang on.
And the details in those.
Hey, Chuck. Are you able to share this?
What is the link up there?
It's in private chat.
Do you want me to take it down, Monty?
I can just click it.
We need to see if we can get your audio fixed real quick. See what I'm trying to figure out. What it plays for you, but not when you run it through StreamYard.
I got it to work once last night, and then it wouldn't work after that, and I don't know why.
Did you click anything when you got it to work that you might have?
Nope, I didn't change nothing.
Start it up like you're going to play it, and then go down here like I showed you. Right click that the speaker on by your clock on your Windows taskbar on the bottom. Then with it on there, and see if it might be muted once it adds on to through your volume mixer. It might add another ear, and it might be muted in there or turned down.
Whoa.
I wouldn't know why it would be, but
Try it once more.
Sounds like someone's vacuuming.
I keep forgetting to mute. Sorry.
No, you're fine. No,
It's
you're
not
fine.
bothering.
Yeah, I was just saying. Sounds like someone's going by you with the vacuum cleaner. I can't believe the fan's that noticeable.
I'm trying to check. Subtitles is off. I don't want the volume on when that commercial's playing. And they won't let you skip it.
Is everything up to date? All your drivers?
Probably not. It's 15 years old, Monty.
Well, no, I'm asking because on mine, even if they roll out with a fresh update, like for a software of any kind, whether it's Samsung, HP or not, if I don't do it, then it won't. Sometimes it won't allow the audio to play. Sometimes I can't even hear the audio, and I'm like, what? And then I have to go digging through all the updates to see which one it is.
What gets it weird for me, Monty, is she can listen to it for herself and hear it, but it won't go through StreamYard. So that tells me it might be something in StreamYard.
Hang on.
Do we have any more audio choices when we're running the StreamYard versus us being on it?
Up there at the top, when you go to share screen, which one are you hitting? Clicking on. There's 3 choices at the top.
The window.
Okay, go to entire tab.
Okay, hang on.
You have to close back out of your share screen, and then yeah, because I had the same thing happen with this. Oh, let's see.
Entire screen?
No, the
Chrome tab.
Yeah. Go to Chrome tab.
Okay.
And then click on the link that you're trying to share, or the video you're trying to share. Like, it'll be YouTube, and then it'll say the name, Stolen History Part 2.
Nope, it's not showing any of them.
Huh. It should.
It only shows it in the windows.
What? Why is that?
Yeah, see number 4, Stolen History. Is this you doing an entire window, or is this you just doing the...
Well, I'm trying to share it, but I have to let these stupid ads go through with no volume. Because they won't let you skip them.
Oh, they let me skip mine.
No, they wouldn't let me.
Huh.
They haven't let me skip any of them.
Maybe it's different because they're in Canada.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't hear nothing.
Can you hear it? Well, it's playing.
I can faintly hear something through your...
Yeah, it won't play.
Let me try something. I'm gonna share. Let's see.
Good night, Lori. Happy Easter, hon. Have a good night.
I'm sending it to you to share the entire screen. I want to see. Once you share that, you should be able to pick tabs in there.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now, you see me, I'm going up here. Stolen History Part 2. That's to share the entire screen. You go to it.
There you go.
You hearing that?
Yep.
Try to go do it that way on your side. Just go share screen, then hit the entire screen, the first one, and then share it.
Oh, stop it. Okay. What am I supposed to be looking for?
Share the screen first, and it should pop your screen on the. Just share entire screen.
Share.
Now you should be able to find that tab up there with that video on it.
Find it where?
You have it open?
Yep. Did that?
Yeah, make it big. We're watching you do it.
Okay, how do I?
Just make it big. Hit the thing in the bottom corner. Go back to where you know the screen.
I don't know what I'm doing here. Is it big?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is there volume?
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Dang.
Are we suffering
Hey,
from a collective
thanks for having me up on panel.
Oh,
I'll
thank
let y'all
you.
later. I'll be down in chat.
Was there a technically
You
advanced?
should have an option too there to where you can hit down there and look around like the window it shows. See down there where your tabs are, it shows all your different videos. You'll have this one, and it should have off to the upper left full screen, and then you can click that to make it full screen. Wherever you can see me on the very bottom down there, and then you'll have that video itself up in the upper left corner on the bottom. See it? So you got you, then your video you're showing at the bottom. Yeah. I'm not understanding why it won't work for you by going by the tab, but it'll work this way.
What role did the World's Fairs play in introducing forgotten technology?
How long do you generally sleep each night, Mr. Murray? 8 hours? 441,504,000 seconds of time you just thrown away.
Did someone secretly destroy remnants of old world structures under the pretense of a temporary exposition? Nothing is as it seems. It's time for us to remember again and lift the veil of deception. Introduction.
In order to understand the spiritual background typical of every non-modern civilization, it is necessary to retain the idea that the opposition between historical times and prehistoric or mythological times is the qualitative and substantial opposition between times that are not of the same kind. If modern man until recently had conceived and extolled the meaning of history as evolution, as higher development, the truth known by traditional man was exactly the opposite. In all the ancient testimonies of traditional mankind, one can find again and again, in one way or another, the thought of a regression, of a fall, from originally higher stages, we have descended to stages more and more conditioned by the human, mortal, and accidental element. To assert, as one must traditionally assert, that in the beginning there existed not an animal-like caveman, but a more than man, and that even ancient prehistory knows not only culture, but even an era of gods, means purest mythology to many who believe in the gospel of Darwinism.
In the previous part, The Destruction of the Old World, we explained how social conditions changed abruptly as a result of a cataclysmic event, be it a natural disaster or a war or both, loosely between the early 18th and the late 19th century. This event is also known as the Reset. The Industrial Revolution was one of the most obvious consequences of this reset. After the disappearance of the old world, a power vacuum arose that was exploited by a small power elite to disempower the old kingdoms. They divided the world among themselves through imperialism and the establishment of modern nation-states. In the course of industrialization, the invisible ruling powers were faced with the challenge of convincing the masses of their secret plans. The world exhibitions were created as a way to reach this goal. In all likelihood, these exhibitions were created to introduce certain technologies into society, or rather, to reintroduce them. The first major World's Fair was held in London in 1851, consistent with the role of the British Crown as a major political player at the time. 1851 must therefore be regarded as a symbolic year for the peak of the Industrial Revolution. Supposedly, a third of the entire population of Britain, 6 million people, visited the Great Exhibition of the Works of Industry of all nations. However, the transfer of knowledge and technology targeted by these exhibitions may have begun as early as the 1840s. The French Industrial Exhibition, held in Paris in 1844, was considered a precursor to the Great London World's Fair of 1851. In Germany, World's Fairs were usually called trade and industry exhibitions, although Germany played a rather minor role compared to the others. It should be noted that this also applies to Germany's role as a colonial power. European policy has always been clearly directed against Germany and the German population. The reasons for this remain speculative. Western Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and America, controlled by the British Crown, should be considered the most important players of the industrial age. These countries, already mostly controlled by the cabal at the time, hosted virtually all of the world's fairs. The term cabal describes the hierarchical, monolithic organization operating out of secrecy, which has its roots in the ancient mystery cults. This cabal was able to spread across the earth like a spider's web, especially after the last reset. Shortly before his death, John F. Kennedy likely referred to this very cabal when he said,
"For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed."
Who exactly was Kennedy referring to here? Is it merely the danger of communism, as is often claimed? Or could he have been referring to the group that UFO researcher Richard Dolan has dubbed the breakaway civilization? Although Kennedy may have been a part of this cabal, his words still ring true. Ultimately, the elite control all sides through the dialectic process, where the world is a stage and they pull the strings. Just as the aristocratic elite were replaced by a new political power structure during the French Revolution, in our time, there are also pre-planned power struggles that appear natural to the uninitiated observer. On a political level, we know this under the name COINTELPRO, short for Counterintelligence Program. It refers to the infiltration of political groups by the FBI during the early days of the Cold War. Nowadays, the term controlled opposition is most often used to describe resistance movements being deliberately built and controlled in order to neutralize the energy of the masses and channel it into activities acceptable to the elite. The process of dialectics, i.e. the study of opposites and their resolution, is a fundamental aspect of mass psychology.
The world is possible. We are unstoppable.
Usually on emotionally loaded issues, the mass is split into two opposite poles, thus creating a field of tension. To control people, it is necessary to control both poles of this field. By controlling both poles, thesis and antithesis, the desired synthesis outcome can be predicted. The Kennedy assassination was a sort of alchemical process, as the American authors James Shelby Downard and Michael Hoffman describe in their work King Kill 33. The regicide is an ancient magical ritual that creates social renewal. Ritual regicide is well studied in research, see René Girard, James Fraser, and is found in all ages and societies. Big media events are, according to Downard and Hoffman, largely planned beforehand, with the sole purpose to transform humanity. In the alchemical sense, it is about dissolving the divinely predetermined order to create a satanic order, solve et coagula. For this purpose, such media-staged psychodrama is essential to reach the masses. Besides John F. Kennedy, we also see these staged dramas in the deaths of Princess Diana and Michael Jackson. Collective energy is built up to channel and ritually sacrifice the hope of the masses. We can observe this process again at present. If you are attentive, you can see in the current political developments all the signs of an artificial transformation of society orchestrated by shock. The uprooting from the past is the foundation for all further developments. Manly P. Hall, Freemason and initiated occultist, writes in his book, The adepts in the Western esoteric tradition.
The alchemical tradition contains all the elements of a world program of enlightenment and reform. It requires only a superficial acquaintance with the philosophy and literature of alchemy in order to sense the magnitude of this concealed project. The alchemical laboratory became the shrine of the spiritual sciences, taking the place of the ruined sanctuaries of the ancient mysteries.
Now let's return to the breakaway civilization. This term was coined by Richard Dolan in his book UFOs and the National Security State. He came to the conclusion that an elite group with access to high technology and secret knowledge has followed its own path of development, independent of the rest of humanity. This allowed a parallel civilization to establish itself on Earth that we know little about today. According to Dolan, they probably live in huge interconnected underground bases. They are financed by black budgets, the visible part of which is called the deep state, but their structures go much deeper. They have their own view of the cosmos and our place in the world, of our history and our origins. They keep their knowledge secret, and much of their work is to keep the public ignorant. To quote Richard Dolan,
there is a clandestine group that possesses technology that is vastly superior to that of the mainstream world, the ability to explore areas of our world and surroundings presently unavailable to the rest of us. They have scientific and cosmological understandings that give them greater insights into the nature of our world, and a significant built-off-the-grid infrastructure, partially underground, that affords them a high degree of secrecy and independence of action. In our own official world history, you go back 200 years and compare levels of technology from Europe to, say, Central Africa, and you're talking about two vastly different ways of understanding the world. So really, what is the difficulty in understanding that a classified, secret scientific community would make radical breakthroughs that they wouldn't share? I don't think it's outrageous. And I do think this has happened since World War II. Now, one of the breakthroughs they've made is in what we call anti-gravity technology. Could this have happened in the 19th century? I don't think that it's impossible in theory. I have speculated privately many times whether there has been a secret breakaway group going back to ancient times. When you look at some of the really puzzling mysteries of our ancient world, whether it's the Great Pyramid of Giza or Machu Picchu, there are elements of those and other architectural sites that have been left behind that, to me at least, don't make a whole lot of sense in the context of human society as it then was supposed to have existed. The Great Pyramid doesn't make sense to me in terms of 2,500 years ago ancient Egyptian culture. I wonder if this was a human construct at the time, and what human civilization are we talking about here?
could it be that this civilization, split off from our official historical line of development, is behind many of the events of the 20th century? And what of the world's fairs? Were a large proportion of the world's fair buildings actually built from scratch, as the official historiography claims? There is much to suggest that the robber barons of the industrial age not only hid once widespread technological knowledge from us, but that they also hijacked some of the impressive architectural masterpieces in which parts of this knowledge was displayed. Some of the buildings from the world's fairs still exist today, and they are obviously not made of plaster or similar fragile materials. Were they subsequently rebuilt to be permanent structures? Is it even possible that the elaborately designed expo sites were built with the technological capabilities of the time within just a few months, only to be destroyed again a few months later after the exhibitions had ended? Or is it plausible that after a great catastrophe, the worldwide remains of the preceding high culture were not only systematically destroyed, but also pressed into an image of history imposed on us? Some available information suggests that even after the worldwide game-changing event we call the Reset or Mud Flood, there still remained countless complete and beautiful cities that were conquered, by a new power elite and then repurposed as World's Fairs. Especially in America, the so-called New World, the many Greco-Roman cities would have been difficult to explain because, in contrast to Europe, the Americans do not have an official Greco-Roman history. The more carefully one investigates, the more difficult it becomes to find plausible explanations for the construction and destruction of these extraordinary and huge exhibition areas. The official version about the World's Fairs can be summarized as follows. People in the 19th century loved Greco-Roman architecture for reasons unknown, so it was extremely important to the architects who organized the World's Fairs between 1850 and about 1914 to build in a classical style. Note: with World War I, classical architectural ambitions in Europe ended abruptly, and many exhibitions also did not take place as planned. It was only in the wake of fascism that there was a return to ancient design principles, but these were often implemented superficially and were mainly applied to a few representative, magnificent buildings. After the Second World War, on the other hand, classical architecture was deliberately replaced with new trends, e.g. Bauhaus and brutalism. Officially, the intention was to create an aesthetic distance to fascism, but in all likelihood, its purpose was to cut the connection to the old world through soulless, brutalistic architecture. No effort was spared for the World's Fairs. Enormous amounts of work went into creating complex statues, ornaments, columns, parks, buildings, and even the world's largest organs. No expenses were spared in the making of these massive structures. Made of plaster and linen or hemp fibers, they were only intended to last for the duration of the expo. However, the attention to detail was so great that purely visually there seemed to be no difference between the expo buildings and the classical splendor buildings of antiquity. The purpose of the World's Fairs was to make the supposedly new technologies discovered during the Industrial Revolution palatable to the masses, to create new markets. In the end, most of the buildings were torn down, with only meadows or empty parks remaining. Funding. Quite a few fairs were enormous monetary losses. This is astonishing in that the initial motivation for the exhibition supposedly came from the industrialists themselves. The investment deficits could indicate that the fairs had a hidden agenda that was not profit-oriented. Berlin, Germany, 1896.
With an investment volume of 10 million Reichsmarks, the trade exhibition closed with a deficit of 2 million Reichsmarks, which Berlin's economy was left with. Unlike the accompanying colonial exhibition, which enjoyed generous state support from the Foreign Office, the trade exhibition had to manage without financial contributions.
Lübeck, Germany, 1895.
Although a total of 750,000 visitors came, the German Nordic Trade and Industry Exhibition closed with a financial deficit. The exhibition buildings were completely demolished after the end of the event, and a residential area was created on the Marley site, which became part of the Lübeck suburb of St. Gertrude, which was developed in terms of urban development in the first half of the 20th century.
Nuremberg, Germany, 1906.
Despite the 2.5 million visitors, the Bavarian Jubilee exhibition of 1906 is a financial loss for Nuremberg.
St. Louis, USA, 1904.
In the end, the expo made a loss of $8.5 million. This is the equivalent of more than $250 million today.
Philadelphia, USA, 1926.
The exhibition attracted far fewer visitors than the 10 million originally planned. In the end, it was unable to service its debts and went bankrupt in 1927.
Now let's take a closer look at some of these expos. Panama Pacific International Exposition, USA, 1915. When the Panama Pacific International Exposition opened in 1915, European nations were already entangled in the First World War. The annihilation of the old monarchies had begun. The European continent was being reshaped, and all areas of government, society, economy, and culture were undergoing fundamental change. The city of San Francisco itself was just recovering from the terrible earthquakes and fires that had raged in 1906. Yet, in the midst of these hectic times, an exposition, unimaginably large by today's standards, opened its doors to celebrate the completion of the Panama Canal in August 1914. The fairgrounds covered 600 acres and 2.5 miles along the waterfront, receiving nearly 20 million visitors between February 20th and December 4th, 1915, making it one of the most successful expositions of the time. Because of its size and expansive grounds, it was virtually impossible for guests to see the entire fair, even after multiple visits. Most of the buildings, it is said, were made of wood, plaster, and linen fiber in order to keep costs as low as possible and to be able to demolish them quickly once the World's Fair was over. However, if we take a closer look at some of the photos of these brand new buildings, doubts about the official story quickly arise. Many buildings, for example, show signs of age shortly after completion and appear to be heavily eroded, such as the Fountain of the Earth. If the official origin story is coherent, shouldn't these buildings have looked brand new? Instead, from the very beginning, we are looking at ancient monuments that might as well have come from the fabled Atlantis or ancient Rome. The architect of the Palace of Fine Arts, Bernard R. Maybeck, is quoted as saying that every great city needs ruins. That's why the palace was supposed to fall into disrepair after the expo ended, some of whose structures were really only meant to last for the duration of the exhibition. It is said that even as it was being built, it was inspired by Roman overgrown ruins, in keeping with the mood of 18th century Piranesi engravings, who became famous for his painting of ruins. But isn't the palace still holding up remarkably well in this photo from 1919, a full 4 years after the expo ended? Where are the weather-related signs of decay? There are further contradictions. Allegedly, all buildings were only cheaply and quickly raised from the plaster, but the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium still stands today. Unlike the Palace of Fine Arts, it was never fundamentally renovated or rebuilt, so it has always been made of solid stone, even according to the official narrative. Let us now turn our attention once again to the Palace of Fine Arts and let some contemporary witnesses have their say. Professor von Noppen of Columbia University noted that
the Palace of Fine Arts is so sublime, so majestic, and is the product of such imagination that it would have graced the age of Pericles.
Thomas Edison was also full of enthusiasm.
The architect of that building is a genius. There is nothing equal anywhere on Earth.
Are these really statements one would expect to hear about a newly constructed contemporary building of plaster and linen? And Louis Christian Molgart, one of the architects of the exposition, told the Commonwealth Club,
"When the exposition buildings are torn down, then we will have destroyed one of the greatest architectural units which has ever been created in the history of the world.
It's hard to believe that he was merely talking about temporary new buildings. Toward the end of his life, the famous Molgart ended up impoverished in the insane asylum at Stockton, California. Is it possible that he could never really live with the lie of having claimed the creation of various architectural masterpieces? A wealthy San Francisco citizen, Phoebe Apperson Hearst, wife of industrialist robber baron George Hearst, founded the Palace Preservation League while the expo was still running, and it was only thanks to this effort that the palace was not demolished. Her son, the publisher of the San Francisco Examiner, William Randolph Hearst, contributed to the success of the campaign. But the official story goes like this.
Although the palace was saved from demolition, its structure was not stable. Originally intended to last only for the duration of the exhibition, the colonnade and rotunda were not built of durable materials, but were framed with wood and then covered with rods, a mixture of plaster and linen-like fibers. As a result of construction and vandalism, the simulated ruin was indeed a crumbling ruin by the 1950s.
So we are to believe that the Palace Preservation League went to great lengths to save a temporary ruin from destruction. More likely is the following scenario. The palace was never rebuilt, only renovated, because it was a normal, permanent building. In the official narrative, the renovation from 1964 onwards was then possibly turned into the creation of a new permanent building. On the original photos from the time after the expo, columns made of wood and plaster are clearly visible. So, if the video material hasn't been manipulated, it indicates that the Palace of Fine Arts was indeed a modern and temporary new building made of cheap materials. However, to get a better idea of the temporary materials used at this point, let us take a look at correspondence of Bernard Maybeck, the alleged architect of the Palace of Fine Arts, with an Australian architect named Walter Burley Griffin. In this correspondence, Maybeck suggests to Griffin that, just as with the Panama Pacific International Exposition, the new Australian capital should be built of wood and stucco to generate public enthusiasm for classicist architecture and then, by means of public support, be able to finish the city with durable materials. Griffin frostily informed Maybeck, however, that
plaster or stucco are hardly considered as temporary expedients in Australia, for they are largely employed for buildings both commercial and governmental, already deemed to be permanent.
This shows how absurd the idea is to classify buildings as temporary just because they are clad in stucco. Countless houses of the German Grunderzeit and the American Gilded Age consist mainly of stucco, plaster, and wood. Yet they have already stood for more than 100 years without any major signs of decay. Therefore, two things can be said about the Palace of Fine Arts. While historical and photographic records suggest that solid materials such as stone or cement were not used in the original construction, building with materials such as wood or plaster does not necessarily mean that structures fall apart after a short period of time, which was obviously not the case with the Palace of Fine Arts either. On the contrary, it had to withstand quite a lot, as it was not only used for art exhibitions. During the Second World War, it was used by the military for the storage of trucks and jeeps. Later on, it was used as a storage for other materials and even as a temporary headquarters for the fire brigade. Whether the official construction of the Palace of Fine Arts for the 1915 exposition was just a basic repair or renovation or a new building cannot be said with definitive certainty. On closer examination, we notice a glaring contradiction. The alleged new building was decorated with the symbol of the swastika, which was revered as a good luck charm in old times. However, in the course of World War II, it got practically banned from public use in the USA. So why is it depicted on this new build from the 1960s? Despite the uncertainty, the palace seems to be one of the most popular examples when it comes to exposing the official Expo narrative as a lie. Yet, there are plenty of other, more obvious examples, the most interesting of which we will discuss during this documentary. It appears that the Expo organizers' plan always was to completely destroy everything after the exhibitions ended. However, this often resulted in a public backlash, meaning that at least some of these structures were preserved thanks to the public outcry. For example, the Palace of Fine Arts, the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium, and the Japanese Tea House still exist today. But what about the many photos that supposedly show construction and demolition of the world's fairs? It would be relatively easy to document only the demolition of those buildings that were actually only temporarily erected. Furthermore, there is the possibility that the photographs selling us the construction process were actually taken during the demolition of the buildings or during a renovation. Further meticulous research would be needed to arrive at a clearer picture which goes beyond the scope of this documentary. Interestingly, some of the public photo archives have only been put online after websites like stolenhistory.net pointed out inconsistencies in the narrative. For example, the St. Louis Public Library digital collections only just went online in 2019. Northwest German Trade and Industrial Exhibition, Bremen, Germany, 1890. The Northwest German Trade and Industrial Exhibition in Bremen's Burger Park in 1890 poses a couple of mysteries. This wine house is supposed to be a wooden house and said to be a cheap copy of a real old Hanseatic merchant's house. This is hardly credible as the wine house seems to be embedded in the street of other authentic historical houses. And why was this building actually demolished immediately after the exhibition ended? Even if the house was made entirely of wood, it could have been left standing. 100 years ago, Bremen's architecture was overwhelmingly medieval Hanseatic. Nobody would have thought of imitating a house like this one for exhibition purposes, since the city was full of such houses. The story only makes sense if the real intention was to destroy as many old-world buildings as possible, be it through accidental fires, world exhibitions, or other modernization projects. The most impressive building of the Bremen World's Fair, the multi-story Park House, was also accidentally burned down a few years after the expo. This photo shows a modern steel bridge against the backdrop of historic domed buildings. As the city's newspaper, Weser Courier, notes, not only a strange but an almost paradoxical contrast. This paradox is only resolved if we assume that the steel bridge was actually built for the exhibition, but that the classical buildings were already standing beforehand. In another photo, the ex-director of Bremen's Burger Park, architect Wilhelm Benck, is shown with a hidden hand, a typical Masonic pose, which, according to Duncan's Ritual and Monitor of Freemasonry, reveals him to be a master of the second veil. The hidden hand likely lets the other initiates know that the individual depicted is part of the secret elite, that his deeds have been sanctioned from above, as well as partially done in secret. Long before the advent of mass media historical figures, Napoleon being one of the most famous, have been depicted in hidden hand portraits. Coincidence? It appears to have been this hidden power that has shaped world events in recent centuries. Shortly after the end of the Bremen exhibition, Wilhelm Benck promptly spoke out and defamed one of the most impressive buildings of the exhibitions, the multi-story Park House. In January 1891, he attacked the building he hated so much publicly in the local newspaper. The debate about the beautiful building only ended when the structure went up in flames in 1907, the official explanation being fireworks that went out of control. The phenomenon that most of the World's Fair structures mysteriously disappeared is not an isolated case, but can be observed in many of the expos between 1850 and 1920. Was there something to hide? The argument that the buildings were simply poorly built and that they would have inevitably fallen into disrepair quickly is inaccurate, because even today some of the expo buildings are still standing. The solid stone observation tower in Bremen's Burgerpark, for example, was not completely demolished until 1962, mainly because it was badly damaged during World War II. In fact, all of the expo buildings that are still standing today are built so solidly that they hardly age. It is reported of the pavilion of the Bremen cigar company Engelhardt and Biermann, now known as the Waldbühne, that it was destroyed immediately after the exhibition. After all, it was only made of temporary materials, only to be rebuilt true to the original, but this time in a permanent form. We are even told that the cigar company was kind enough to pay for the demolition and rebuilding entirely out of their own pockets. How credible that is, you can decide for yourself. Great Exhibition, London, Great Britain, 1851. The London Crystal Palace Exhibition was the first prominent worldwide industrial exhibition. A whole 28 countries with a total of 17,062 exhibitors on a total area of over 80,000 square meters took part and received about 6 million visitors in 6 months. A quantity comparable to about 1/3 of the total population of Great Britain at that time. To appreciate the full scale, it is necessary to imagine that the gigantic glass house, fitted with cast iron frame elements, was estimated to be 3 times the size of St. Paul's Cathedral or 4 times the size of St. Peter's Basilica. In total, it is said 4,000 tons of iron were processed for columns, trellis girders, and gutters, and about 153,000 square meters of glass were produced. 80 glaziers are said to have installed 18,000 panes in 1 week, and more than 5,000 workers are said to have been employed on the building during the construction phase. A civil engineer remarked about the Crystal Palace,
I'm a civil engineer, and I consider the construction of the Crystal Palace in 39 weeks from approval to opening to be complete nonsense. The glass they apparently had to use is cylinder glass, measuring 1.25 by 0.25 meters, which was very labor intensive. It had to be blown in a trench, cut, and then polished. So the glass alone would have been impossible to make in the 4 months given. About 153,000 square meters of glass, with no machinery, just horses for power. You couldn't make it in 39 weeks today, let alone in 1850.
Add to this the fact that simple automation processes for the mass production of glass did not develop until 30 years later. So everything had to be produced by hand, and the distance from the glassworks in Smethwick to Hyde Park, where the Crystal Palace was originally built, was around 209 kilometers. And as if all this wasn't fantastic enough, the Glass Palace was completely dismantled after the exhibition and then rebuilt in a larger form in Sydenham Hill and used as a museum there. To bring visitors to the London exhibition site, 2 stations were newly built, both confusingly called Crystal Palace, and differing only in their underground and overground locations, respectively. The fire that destroyed the Crystal Palace in 1936 made the high-level station virtually redundant, which is why it was eventually demolished. The beautifully tiled subway, supposedly built by Italian masons and stonemasons, however, survived. Incidentally, parliamentary buildings made of wood and plaster were erected especially for the Festival of the Empire, which was one of the largest single events in London's Crystal Palace and took place on 12th May 1911. These buildings were also intended to be used only temporarily and were connected by an electric tramway, the so-called all-red route. For example, the replica of the Canadian and New Zealand Parliament buildings, the former visible on the left in the foreground of the Crystal Palace. On November 30th, 1936, however, the Crystal Palace fell victim to a devastating major fire. Michelle Gibson writes about this.
We learned that the Crystal Palace was moved to Sydenham Hill in South London in 1854 and rebuilt, and that it was later destroyed by fire in 1936. How did they manage to move a massive building made of glass panels and cast iron 3 times the size of St. Paul's Cathedral in London to another location? The New York Crystal Palace was also destroyed by fire, but much earlier than the London Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace in New York burned down in 1858, apparently in front of a large audience.
In an article that takes a closer look at these events, it states,
500 firefighters and 90 fire trucks were needed to put it out, and another 749 police officers to control the crowds. Witnesses described, quote, so much molten glass that it looked like a waterfall, even like a Niagara Falls of molten glass. According to one eyewitness, the glass actually caught fire, and when it was really hot, there was a sodium flame, and the molten glass poured straight down. Mrs. Ford from Sydenham described hot molten glass and metal flowed down the street, and adults formed a human chain and passed buckets of water from hand to stem the flow of hot glass. Another witness recalled that people picked it up and rolled it into balls to keep as souvenirs. However, the 2 towers of the palace are said to have remained standing, even deformed by the fire. The flames were accompanied by clouds of sparks and violent explosions. The reference to the explosions, by the way, is noted only in a few records.
The fire burned with great intensity all night. Even 20 hours later, there were reportedly still pockets of fire. The British press considered the destruction of the Crystal Palace a serious blow to the political power of England, and the public wondered how steel and glass can burn so fiercely. It is important to know that in glass production, the raw materials are heated to about 1,600 to 1,800 degrees Celsius, but finished glass can melt between 600 and 800 degrees Celsius. Cast iron, when compared with other alloys, has a relatively low melting point of around 1,150 degrees Celsius. But the question is where the temperature should have come from and whether furnishings would already have been sufficient to generate heat of this magnitude. Incidentally, there has never been an official investigation into this incident, and the fire is still considered unsolved to this day. Chicago World's Fair, USA, 1893. On May 1st, 1893, the city of Chicago held the World's Columbian Exposition to celebrate the discovery of America by Columbus 400 years earlier. In fact, the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago was to be the largest to date. 70,000 exhibitors from 46 nations were present, 25,000 of them from the USA alone, to present their technical achievements, marking the beginning of a new era. Not only a film projector, the first dishwasher, a fully electric kitchen, an elevated train with electric drive, and a rolling footbridge could be marveled at, but also the amusement park with fairground stalls, circus performers, artificial ice rinks, and an 80-meter-high Ferris wheel attracted numerous visitors. The organizers of the fair
hoped to demonstrate the great industrial might of the United States and symbolize the transfer of leadership from the old world to the new.
Which, given the historical background, may have been a coded message as well, except that the term Old World may mean something different than what we learn nowadays. The Chicago Expo which makes us think involuntarily of ancient Rome, was nicknamed White City and was the inspiration for the Emerald City in the book The Wizard of Oz. Here is one of the sketches that illustrator W.W. Denslow made in response to the Chicago Expo for The Wizard of Oz. The tops of the domes are studded with crystals, hence the name Emerald City in the book. Here, Denslow stands against the backdrop of the Expo site after the devastating fire and on the verge of complete demolition. Interestingly, Indian researcher Praveen Mohan describes in his videos that many ancient Indian temples were originally studded with crystals at the top. Some, like the Somawathiya Pagoda, still have those crystals today. Does The Wizard of Oz contain an unconscious collective memory of humanity? Or did Denslow possibly know something that is no longer available to us today? In any case, the Chicago World's Fair was one of the most impressive exhibitions ever in architectural terms. According to the story presented to us, over 200 buildings were built on the shores of Lake Michigan on an area of 278 hectares in only 3 years. Paradoxically, the construction period coincides with the period of economic depression, and the Panic of 1893 was the most severe economic crisis in the history of the United States to date. Who would have thought that in such a time there were enough workers and resources to build an almost paradisiacal city? Were these buildings actually designed by architects Daniel Burnham and Frederick Law Olmsted and meant to be understood as a homage to Greco-Roman architecture? Or did some of them already exist before the expo began? Were they showing the public the remains of the old world one last time, only to destroy them afterwards? Considering the immense effort that was necessary to construct the buildings, the official explanation hardly seems plausible, especially since there are only a few photos of the construction phase or precise records of the course of the complex construction projects. This discrepancy between the functionality of the building as an exhibition object and the effort of construction is most evident in the colossal Manufacturers and Liberal Arts building. This 200-mile-wide and 500-mile-long building required twice as much steel as the Brooklyn Bridge and was 4 times the size of the Roman Colosseum. It may even have been one of the largest buildings ever built, covering an almost unimaginable area of about 20 football fields. This huge building housed numerous items from manufactories around the world that supposedly represented the level of technical expertise that had emerged since industrialization. This construction alone would have taken years and consumed numerous resources, even if you believe the official narrative of a temporary building. Nevertheless, the building was completely demolished after the expo. Of the more than 200 buildings, 14 had similar dimensions to the Manufacturers and Liberal Arts building, and they too were almost all destroyed after the 130-day duration of the exhibition. Today, only 2 buildings remain: the so-called Museum of Science and Industry and the World's Congress Auxiliary Building. Considering the high effort of the construction, the question arises why only 2 of these buildings were allowed to remain standing, since other possible uses would have been quite conceivable, and it sounds very unbelievable that such immense resources were simply wasted. The following photo purportedly shows the construction of the administration building. A photographer told us about this.
Without access to the originals, it is difficult to say whether the image here is a true photograph. In this version, however, a pencil drawing was clearly applied. My professional opinion is that all the pictures I have found of this building have been altered in some way. None of these pictures can be used as evidence that the building is under construction. In my opinion, the photos indicate restoration rather than construction, based on the anomalies marked in the photo.
He further notes that the following photos of the construction process are contradictory.
Both photos are presented as evidence of the construction of the building. First of all, I would like to give you a short hint and emphasize that both pictures are misleading in their presentation. In the right picture, the dome appears to be completely finished, while in the left picture, it is clearly not. But in the right photo, the smaller domes that are at each corner of the central part of the building are missing, while in the left photo, with the dome still incomplete, the smaller domes are present. The construction process in the right photo appears to be almost complete. So why would these smaller domes be missing?
Another interesting building at the Columbia Exposition was the main train station on the Expo grounds, whose entire rail system consisted of 35 tracks. By comparison, the main station in Munich, one of the largest stations in Germany, has only 34 tracks. Allegedly, the entire station was only temporary in nature, but it begs the question of how it would even be possible to build a station in such a way that it was stable and functional, but still temporary in nature. The only photo of the alleged construction of the station building shows a building already completely finished amidst mud. It appears to have been nothing more than freshly painted. Of the construction process itself, according to our research, not a single photo exists. A few months after the expo, the station burned to the ground along with other buildings at the exhibition. Cause of the fire? Arson by unknown. The official story is this. A security guard at the expo, conveniently called C. Mason, noticed the fire in the casino and also immediately tried to sound the alarm. Unfortunately, none of the 5 devices to activate the fire alarm worked, which he tried out in quick succession. Fortunately, he eventually found a phone, so he was finally able to report the fire. By then, however, it was already too late, and due to changed official procedures, only 10 fire trucks were able to arrive at the scene instead of the usual 20. It is also possible that this fire and subsequent demolition shortly after the expo ended is related to the Great Chicago Fire of 1871. There are some contradictions with this fire. Officially, the cause of the Great Chicago Fire was that a cow knocked over a lantern. Evidence for this theory was never presented. Were the remains of the old world destroyed here in 2 phases? First with the city fire that claimed the lives of some 17,500 buildings, and later with the demolition of the expo site? Were there even 2 separate fires? Were there fires at all? Questions upon questions. Supposedly, by the mid-19th century, Chicago had rapidly developed from a small Indian settlement into the huge metropolis we know today. But again, there is no documentation of the logistics of city planning. Interestingly, Chicago appears with the name Chilaga on old maps. So was this possibly an important Old World city? And was Chilaga deliberately renamed Chicago to obscure its history? If we look at the White City of the Expo mentioned earlier from this point of view, the area could in fact have been a government district of Chilaga that was converted to a modern Expo area. So, did the 27 million people who visited the exhibition actually witness the destruction of one of the last parts of Chilaga? The Statue of the Republic, which was on display at the Chicago World's Fair, holds in its right hand a sphere on which an eagle with outstretched wings is enthroned, while its left hand adorns a staff with a Phrygian cap, which was a symbol of the Scythians, or Tartars, and presumably symbolized freedom and justice. In the course of the Age of Enlightenment, the Phrygian cap continued to be used as a symbol of freedom. Significantly, in the same year that the Chicago Expo was being planned, the new University of Chicago was founded, considered one of the most important private American university foundations of the era, generously supported by oil magnate John D. Rockefeller. And this very university bears in its coat of arms a griffin burning in fire, in which one could also recognize a symbol for the destruction of the Old World Empire. Some symbols, such as the double-headed eagle, the mythological griffin, the quadriga, i.e. four-horse, and the lion, we encounter again and again in the context of the Old World. Louisiana Purchase Exposition, St. Louis, USA, 1904. The Louisiana Purchase Expo, also known as the St. Louis World's Fair, was twice the size of the Chicago Expo and consisted of more than 1,500 buildings connected by roads and trails over a length of 121 kilometers. Only 2 buildings are said to have been solidly and permanently built, while all the others were demolished immediately after the expo. The whole thing was financed with more than $15 million at a time when St. Louis was in economic distress and its citizens were plagued by corruption, poverty, and dis-ease. The planning of the expo itself was also overshadowed by several cases of corruption. The first $5 million was provided by the city of St. Louis through the sale of municipal bonds. Another $5 million was raised through private donations from interested citizens and businesses throughout Missouri. The final $5 million came in the form of funds that were part of a congressional appropriation bill passed in late May 1900. In the end, the expo made a loss of $8.5 million, the equivalent of more than $250 million today. But if there was no financial incentive for the expo, what was the point? On the official expo website, we can read,
As the majority of the pavilions were built to be temporary, few legacies remain today. However, the Palace of Visual Arts still stands in its place and now serves as the Museum of Art of St. Louis, one of the largest art museums in the United States.
The Missouri Exposition Pavilion, as the largest and most impressive building, was supposed to have been preserved for future generations, but it burned down barely 2 weeks before the end of the expo on November 18, 1904. As it was said, a reconstruction was therefore renounced. The site was also home to the world's largest organ and dome at the time.
The Festival Hall was another staple of the expo in St. Louis, featuring the largest dome in the world at the time. The building featured 3 water cascades draining into the Fountain of Liberty, which was adorned with statues personifying liberty, the largest of the statues, genius, and inspiration.
The approximately 4.9 square kilometer fairgrounds used for the World's Fair were located on what is now Forest Park and the Washington University campus, and it was the largest fair area in the world at that time. The total construction time was less than 3 years, and the Palace of Agriculture alone took up a staggering 81,000 square feet. It was said to be impossible to get even a glimpse of everything in less than a week. More than 19 million people are said to have visited the expo at that time. Remarkable, considering that St. Louis had only 500,000 residents back then. One observer of the World's Fair noted at the time that the streets of St. Louis were full of life, more so than any other city in the North. George Kessler was the architect of the expo. But oddly enough, there is a popular myth that says Frederick Law Olmsted actually designed the fairgrounds. There are hundreds of photos of the alleged construction process of the expo, and of course, various buildings were indeed newly constructed for the expo, especially the trashy structures that lack the classicist aesthetic. Existing structures also appear to have been outfitted with obviously primitive, tasteless decorations. However, the photographs purporting to show the construction process of the grand, impressive classical exhibition palaces may as well have been made during the demolition. Historian Dr. Robert Archibald says about the St. Louis Expo,
Fair planners had a contractual obligation to demolish the fairgrounds and return Forest Park to sort of a predetermined lands. They were legally obligated to do that. The problem on the Pike was they were all concessionaires and everything they had set up was all theirs. They couldn't sell it for anything. The costs of demolition were greater than the value of what there was to salvage.
This defies all economic logic and only makes sense if there was a secret agreement between the city and the industrialists. They had to erase all traces of the expo against any natural economic impulse of these entrepreneurs who always strive to maximize profits. The story we are being served up is almost perfect, but on closer inspection, we see that it has been reversed. Thus, pictures of the demolition were probably simply declared to be shots of the construction process, and the photos of the empty site after the demolition are now sold to us as photos taken before the construction. The digitized archive photos are in all likelihood a mixture of authentic, real new buildings, demolition photos, and manipulated photo collages. Panama, California Exposition, San Diego, USA, 1915. President Theodore Roosevelt, speaking to visitors outside the exposition's Organ Pavilion on July 27, 1915, said,
"It is so beautiful that I wish to make an earnest plea. I hope that not only will you keep these buildings running for another year, but you will keep these buildings of rare, phenomenal taste and beauty permanently."
The official guidebook accompanying the San Diego Expo lists the permanent and temporary buildings and describes that the temporary buildings will be demolished soon after the Expo. But most of these buildings, the official narrative says, were nonetheless in use for more than 50 years and were reused during the second San Diego Expo in 1935. How is it possible that these buildings easily lasted another 50 years or even longer if they were only built with limited durability only for the period of the first Expo? Officially, the remaining structures were rebuilt in the second half of the 20th century and are now known as the Casa del Prado, Balboa Park in modern San Diego. To summarize, temporary buildings are erected that are supposed to last only a few years, but they easily last more than 50 years and continue to be used until they suddenly fall into disrepair. But because they're so beautiful, they are rebuilt with more massive materials in the 1960s and 1990s. In the official guidebook of the exhibition, we can read that many visitors of past exhibitions were disappointed because most of the buildings were immediately demolished again. The planners of the Panama, California Expo in San Diego therefore note,
"Nothing connected with past fairs has been so depressing as the destruction of the buildings after the exposition was over. This will not be the case when, on January 1st, 1916, the Panama, California Exposition is closed, for all the structures except the concession buildings along the isthmus have been built to stay. In the Great West Quadrangle, for example, all the structures are built entirely of steel and concrete and will be used in decades to come for housing the museum exhibits, which have been donated to the exposition."
It is not known whether this pamphlet was printed after Theodore Roosevelt had advocated for the preservation of the buildings. However, the quote from Roosevelt would have been extremely odd if it had already been officially known at the time that most of the buildings were to be preserved. one can assume that the planners began to sweat a bit after prominent protests were directed against the demolition plans, and therefore they had to change their narrative somewhat. Further, we learn that the subsequent expo, the California Pacific International Exposition, on the same grounds in 1935 was so popular that some buildings were converted from temporary to permanent. Many buildings or reconstructed versions are still in use today and are used by several museums and theaters in Balboa Park. The Casa del Prado was supposedly demolished in the 60s and rebuilt true to the original in permanent form. The House of Charm and the House of Hospitality were even only rebuilt in the 1990s. And this despite the fact that the official expo booklet stated that the temporary buildings were designed for a maximum lifespan of 30 years. Here we encounter the usual story again. If some buildings of the expos were not demolished, they were supposedly demolished and then rebuilt in a permanent way, although enormous sums were already invested in the renovation process of the supposedly temporary buildings before their demolition. Ironically, in the early 1960s, the destruction of some buildings and their replacement with modern, architecturally inappropriate structures caused an uproar in San Diego. In 1967, some citizens formed a Committee of 100 to protect and preserve the historic structures. The movement was a success, and the historic buildings were preserved or rebuilt. Isn't it amazing the persistence with which certain forces seem to push to erase the old architecture? We are beginning to see a pattern. The public was shocked every time the exhibition buildings disappeared again, and the planners couldn't move fast enough to destroy everything again if possible. Another temporary building, the Electrical Building, burned down in 1978, allegedly by arson of 2 youths. According to the official story, it was then rebuilt true to the original in a permanent form. The old Globe Theater, originally built for the Expo in 1935, also burned down in 1978 as a result of arson. Quote from Wikipedia.
Bertram Goodhue, master architect of the 1915-16 Panama, California Exposition, had urged that the temporary buildings on Balboa Park's main avenue, El Prado, be torn down. But the citizens of San Diego spurned this advice. With the help of federal government money, they patched up the temporary palaces in 1922 and 1933. This allowed most of the original buildings to be reused for the second exhibition in 1935.
Specifically about the House of Charm, which now houses the Art Museum, we read,
although there were ongoing doubts about the soundness of the building, which was not intended to be a permanent structure, it continued to be used during the 1940s and 1950s. Tenants included the Model Railroad Museum, the San Diego Hall of Champions, and the San Diego Men's Art Club, forerunner of the San Diego Art Institute. In 1978, the building was condemned as unsafe and was temporarily evacuated, but the San Diego Art Institute moved back in after sprinklers were installed.
So sprinklers were all that was necessary to reclassify this temporary building as safe. That is, it was only a matter of fire safety, not that the building was structurally unsafe. Politician George W. Marston wrote in 1922,
You may prove what you will in facts and figures about the shaky old buildings. The only answer is, they shall not pass. Somehow, without knowing how to explain it, we are instinctively, subconsciously, incurably in love with them and will not give them up. It's the grand emotion and is founded, I think, on something real and vital.
Let's summarize. Most of the temporary buildings in San Diego were supposed to be torn down and only meant to last for a short time, 30 years at most, but officially stood well into the 1990s. Then they got demolished and rebuilt as perfect copies in a permanent way. The organizers behind the expo always wanted to get rid of the buildings, but there was public resistance so enormous that many got renovated or rebuilt instead. In principle, permanent buildings are also affected by the need for regular renovation. For example, many cathedrals, such as Cologne Cathedral or Freiburg Cathedral in Germany, have been in a permanent state of renovation during their entire official existence. This is what the San Diego Pavilion looked like in the 70s, which was officially one of these permanent buildings. It had to be restored at a cost of about $500,000. Expensive renovations are therefore not a reliable indication that a building was not originally constructed in a permanent form. Liège Internationale, World's Fair in Liège, Belgium, 1905. About the exposition, we can read the following interesting remark.
Note, it is sometimes difficult to tell whether certain nations actually participated in a significant way. Newspaper reports, as well as the official documents or secondary sources, may indicate participation when actual participation did not occur or occurred minimally. Some nations had unofficial exhibits. It is unknown whether some above that are listed as official actually were. Take the above as a guide, not gospel. Various sources differ on who exhibited.
The documentation of the expos seems to have been a bit poor and contradictory in general. The only thing that can be said with absolute certainty is that of all the exhibition buildings in Liège, only the Palace of Fine Arts has been preserved and can still be admired in all its splendor today. Note that the other buildings in the exhibition shown here are little different from the Palace of Fine Arts. Most of the buildings appear to have been similarly massive in construction and probably would not have needed to be demolished. Great Industrial Exposition of Berlin, Germany, 1896. The Berlin Trade Exhibition of 1896 was the first exhibition to feature baby incubators. Incubators displaying premature babies were to be found at most expos from then on. What does this say about a society that displays preemies in such a cold and inhumane way? Were these incubators as much a part of an agenda as the orphan trains? In any case, uprooting children seems to be the best way to traumatize a society and completely disconnect it from its history. In particular, the former colonies, Australia, New Zealand, and America, were largely populated by orphans and criminals. For example, the first European settlers of Australia in 1787 are said to have been 700 convicts. And within the next 80 years, more than 160,000 prisoners were shipped to Australia to repopulate the country. A report by the UK's House of Commons Child Migrants Trust also states that an estimated 150,000 children were affected by forced relocations to the colonies over a period of 350 years, and that this process did not stop until the late 1960s. Whether all of these children were orphans or had living parents cannot be conclusively determined. However, what is known about the shipped children of the 20th century is that many did indeed come from poor, broken homes, and their parents were still alive, although they were usually told otherwise. But back to the trade exhibition. The Berlin area of 900,000 square miles was even larger than that of previous World's Fairs in America and elsewhere. The old Berlin area alone, which was supposedly a detailed replica of late medieval Berlin, consisted of 120 elaborately designed buildings. Among them were 2 city gates, the Zwinger, the market square, the town hall, the hospital, and a theater of breathtaking size. Photos of this area show massive and seemingly ancient stone buildings. Surprisingly, not a single photo exists of the Alt Berlin Theater, which was demolished in 1897. Neither of the construction, the finished building, nor the demolition. And at that time, it was supposed to have been the largest theater in Berlin. It was closed already during the course of the Berlin Trade Exhibition, and the demolition process began shortly after. A website dedicated to the architect Bernhard Siering informs us,
facts and details about this theater have unfortunately been hard to find, and we are pinning our hopes on further searches for old postcards or private photographs. In addition, there was a ban on publication and advertising, and the fact that the actual visitors to the fair probably did not have the time and leisure for a theater performance lasting several hours. After all, it was a trade exhibition. All this had a serious effect on the number of visitors and led to bankruptcy and ultimately to the demolition of the 200,000 mark building, which was not winterproof, while the fair was still in progress.
The ban on advertising is also mysterious. Why was the theater not allowed to advertise? Well, perhaps they wanted the theater to disappear as quickly as possible and without much fuss. Even the marketplace in Alt Berlin, supposedly built of temporary materials, hardly looks a cheap new construction. The roof tiles look weathered, the stones massive and ancient. On the walls of the houses, we also see signs of age. Spandaustrasse in Alt Berlin shows the same picture. Weathered, massive buildings. Nothing in this photo indicates that even a single building here was temporary. The filthy house walls alone speak volumes. Here it seems that a historic part of the city, like all the buildings of the 1896 Trade and Industrial Exhibition, has simply been razed to the ground and all records of its existence destroyed. Incidentally, Germany did not play a major role at the World Exhibitions. It was not until the foundation of the German Empire in 1871 that the
German contribution to the exhibition of commercial, industrial, technical, and artistic products assumed more significant proportions.
It can be assumed that before 1871, there was no central authority through which the cabal could have exerted influence on the Germans. In the wake of the founding of the Reich, however, a spectacular process of high industrialization occurred. Within a few decades, the empire made up for and even surpassed the deficits in comparison to other European countries. When the empire also overtook Britain, it was decided by the cabal, for whatever reason, to neutralize Germany geopolitically and catapult it into cultural irrelevance with 2 world wars. In the period between 1871 and 1914, however, Germany was transformed for the first time from an agricultural to an industrial country, with drastic consequences for the reality of life for many Germans. Due to the massive immigration into the empire between 1871 and 1914, from 40 to over 60 million inhabitants, it can be assumed that misery and poverty were rampant in the German cultural area before the founding of the empire, and that in the course of industrialization, many people could once again hope for prosperity. But what role did the newly founded empire play in the destruction of the German spirit? Did people still live in the consciousness of the Old Reich, as the Holy Roman Empire of German nations was also called, which, according to official historiography, lasted until 1806? The last Prussian king, Wilhelm II, put it this way:
It is our duty to educate the youth so that they become young Germans and not young Greeks or Romans.
Thus, national identity formation and patriotic education became the flagship of Prussian education. How is it that Germans came to think of themselves as Romans? Was German identity first thrust upon us to separate us from our Nordic Germanic brothers and sisters outside the imperial borders? At the very least, this focus on national identity formation and the architecture that exists in Germany suggests that there was once a unified culture in Europe, and that our past was rooted in an advanced culture that is commonly described as Greco-Roman, but had nothing at all to do with Rome or Greece, because Rome was everywhere as part of a Nordic culture. Industrial and Commercial Exhibition, Dusseldorf, Germany, 1902. The trade exhibition in Dusseldorf followed on from the Rhenish Westphalian Industry and Trade Exhibition of 1880. The latter was held in a huge, impressive neoclassical hall in the Zoological Garden. The pictures that have survived show a rather massive-looking building, but we learn
the building material was mostly wood. The roofs were made of reddish-brown roofing felt, and draperies, i.e. decoratively arranged materials, were made of carefully stenciled burlap.
more than 100 supposedly temporary halls were completely demolished after the exhibition. We cannot verify any of this at the current time. Detailed graphics of the exhibition do not even seem to exist. A different location was chosen for the Dusseldorf Trade Exhibition in 1902, which would naturally be the obvious choice if the aim was to destroy as much architecture as possible. Thus, it has been handed down that more than 150 exhibition buildings were erected on the banks of the Rhine, including the main building known as the Kunstpalast. This domed building alone contained 14 huge halls. The official version says,
the mostly temporary exhibition architectures combined new industrial and craft production methods with the forms of Art Nouveau, sometimes also with the forms of Neo-Baroque or eclectic mixtures of styles.
Although at the time there seemed to be no desire to spend either time or money on permanent buildings, the operators did show astonishing endurance when it came to the subsequent relocation of some of the exhibition halls. One hall was transported to Bochum, one to Cologne, and a third even to Mexico City and rebuilt. However, the largest halls of the 1902 exhibition were designed to stand the test of time. The exhibition building of the State Railroad, for example, was similarly impressive as the Art Palace, and the Art Palace itself was never demolished, only built over and integrated, which raises some questions given the ugliness of the modern building. The Exhibition Hall of the Bochum Association, which now stands as the Century Hall in Bochum, also mysteriously looks completely different nowadays. Saxon-Thuringian Industrial and Commercial Exhibition, Leipzig, Germany, 1897. It is also known from the Leipzig exhibition that all the buildings were demolished afterwards. In the end, only an empty area remained, today part of the Clara Zetkin Park, formerly called König Albert Park. The fact that two hills were built from the rubble of the demolished buildings, which still adorn the park today, seems a little macabre. The Leipzig exhibition, like the Berlin exhibition, included a replica of the old town. And of course, as with other expos, these were supposed to have been only cheap cardboard buildings. But in an article of that time, we find a hint that the reality must have looked a bit more complicated. So we can read in the newspaper The Bower from 1897.
We first prefer the excursion to the village situated at Forest and River, whose houses partly consist of real buildings, which were demolished at their location and were rebuilt here, and partly copies as lifelike replicas.
It is astonishing to see how this aspect is completely ignored in the generally discoverable sources. Some of the buildings were thus, according to the narrative of the time, presumably genuine old buildings from German cities, but were demolished and rebuilt for the exhibition. Whether this process can be said to have been an economically rational decision remains to be seen. But which house owner actually agreed to make his houses available for demolition, only to stand idly by and watch the final demolition after the end of the exhibition? Even the description of the main building does not exactly give the reader the impression of a cheap building.
When we enter the exhibition park through the main gate, flanked by 2 high obelisks, the area of which covers 400,000 square meters, we are met by a surprisingly beautiful sight. In front of us stretches an extremely charming landscape. In the midst of magnificent plantings lies a sparkling pond, animated by swans and framed by delicate statues. And in the background, the impressive main building is visible, greeting us like a white castle. This is our destination. We walk along the wide Linden Avenue leading around the water, which runs through magnificent gardens in which kiosks and temples are picturesquely scattered, and reach the mighty main building via the Flood Canal Bridge, which is decorated with statues representing Saxony and Thuringia, industry and trade. The building itself, in Renaissance style, occupies an area of more than 40,000 square meters, including the machine hall, and is adorned with a number of small towers. In front of the entrance are the pillared figures of the cities of Dresden, Leipzig, and Chemnitz.
Even the electricity stations, which were supposedly built in Dusseldorf as well as in Leipzig, especially for the expos, must have been so temporary that they suddenly collapsed only a few days after the end of the exhibitions. In any case, they were completely removed as quickly as possible. The same fate befell the electric circular track of the expo. And it's almost surprising that it was usable at all. Well, maybe the tracks and wagons made of temporary materials were unusable already a few days after the expo and started to magically disintegrate. What if the power plants of the expos functioned completely differently than we are told today? Are we possibly dealing with a completely different form of energy supply that was still in use at various exhibitions? In any case, the speed at which the supposed power stations were removed is suspicious. This also befell other buildings and power plants that aren't associated with the expos. For example, the tower of the Dresden District Heating Power Station, which in itself was an architectural feast for the eyes, and whose facade was made of Elbe sandstone in order, as it was said, to pick up on the harmony of the cityscape. Why it was allowed to remain standing for only 34 years after its final completion in 1901 will probably never be conclusively explained. Officially, it was no longer needed, but it seems strange why it was not even considered worth preserving in order to preserve the cityscape as a whole, after no effort had originally been spared in terms of appearance. Just compare today's industrial facilities with this extraordinary beauty. By the way, the demolition of the rest of the building did not take place until 1978, so it seems that the removal of the tower was particularly urgent. Exposition Universelle, Paris, France, 1889. Most of the buildings of the Paris Expo of 1889 were located on military or municipal land and were demolished shortly after the end of the exhibition. Only the Eiffel Tower remained, although 11 years later another exhibition was held, and it seems completely nonsensical to rebuild everything again for this. The second exhibition in 1900 was also strongly criticized as it had not been as impressive as its predecessor. This may have been primarily due to the fact that most of the old structures had already been razed to the ground and the new buildings looked primitive in comparison. It was of great importance for the Cabal to gain control of Paris. The French Revolution, or the Age of Revolutions, followed destruction of the Old World. They concluded the events that today's historians refer to as the General Crisis. The General Crisis is a term that describes the period of widespread conflict that destabilized Europe from the early 17th century to the early 18th century. These two terms, General Crisis, Age of Revolutions, disguise the destruction of the Old World as unrelated events. With the European revolutions began the age of modern pseudo-democratic states. The influence of the secret lodges, especially Freemasonry, on the French Revolution is well known. Propaganda was used to incite the masses against the king, and the ancient regime was deposed. It is against this background that the 1889 exhibition should be viewed, as it marks the 100th anniversary of the French Revolution. A special feature of the Paris exhibitions is the Eiffel Tower. Unlike many other buildings, in this case the construction is documented in a comprehensible way. This steel building was therefore indeed built anew for the exposition, another indication of which is that the architectural style of the tower differs considerably from the ancient Greco-Roman style buildings. The Eiffel Tower, while impressive in size, is not an aesthetic structure, such as the Palais du Trocadero. Does the Eiffel Tower, then, represent the Cabal's achieved control over this part of the Old World? Looking at famous pictures of the exhibition, the Eiffel Tower looks like a gigantic juggernaut, sterile and functional, towering over the old sublime architecture, symbolizing the triumph of modernity over the Old World.
How long do you generally sleep each night, Mr. Fusi? 8 hours? 441,504,000 seconds of time you just throw away.
The robber barons of the Gilded Age. Everywhere in the Western world there were the robber barons, industrialists who were directly or indirectly controlled by secret societies, and who could accumulate enormous amounts of money as long as they did what was asked of them. This period has different names. In the United States, it is known as the Gilded Age, and in Germany as the Gründerzeit, from about the 1860s to the early 1900s. However, this golden age came to an abrupt end with the First World War. In any case, industrialists seem to have been the stewards of the new technologies, and most of today's major entrepreneurs were shaped in one way or another by the transfer of technology from the world's fairs. Emil Rathenau, for example, founded AEG in response to the technical achievements he observed at the world's fairs in Paris, Vienna, and Philadelphia. Some interesting aspects emerged from the analysis of the industrial families. They were, and still are, obsessed with art and other artifacts from the pre-industrial era. The early industrialists literally hoarded entire houses full of sculptures and paintings, as if it was just a matter of making as many remnants of the old world disappear as possible. It remains to be said that thousands of works of art and sculptures were presented at the world exhibitions, which have since largely disappeared. They lived in the most impressive neoclassical buildings, basically palaces, that existed at the time. Mysteriously, however, they had many of these buildings demolished very quickly. Perhaps a little too quickly considering the construction costs. One of the most impressive examples is certainly the Astor House in Manhattan. Among the largest in the entire city, it was supposedly completed in 1896 and demolished already in 1926. And is this photo of the alleged construction of the Villa of the German industrialist family Krupp really a new building, or rather a renovation project? In any case, it is very likely that all these buildings were already standing and were simply taken by the new power elite. Possibly, then, the term robber barons meant precisely people who had literally stolen their property. Purpose of the World Exhibitions. If it is true that many of the buildings at the World's Fairs already existed and were only renovated, then the destruction of these buildings is one of the largest cover-ups in recent history. Also, this would be further proof that pretty much all countries were already controlled by the cabal 100 years ago, and modern politics was intended from the beginning as a means to infiltrate and control cultures. The systematic destruction of knowledge and the theft of cultural goods and property by the church continued seamlessly with the advent of more contemporary nation-states. With the help of a central monetary system imposed on us, state-legitimized robbery is still the main cause of the transfer of wealth and possessions into the hands of a few. The misappropriation of majestic old-world building sites by the new post-colonial power elite happened at the same time as other events that all seem to be connected. Thus, from the mid-19th century onwards, not only were World's Fairs held in oversized and far too expensive buildings that were completely inappropriate for them, but at the same time the first psychiatric hospitals, insane asylums, were being built. Just like the World Exhibitions, these psychiatric hospitals were architecturally unsuitable for the defined purpose. Architecture always reflects the consciousness of the builders and is defined by its purpose. However, we would expect industrialists to build simply and economically, to use steel and concrete, and by no means to demolish their buildings immediately, but to try to generate income from land and buildings for as long as possible. But we see just the opposite. The buildings at the World's Fairs are detailed, ornate, aesthetic, and far too large and expensive for their purpose. They represent something completely different from the world we know. They represent ancient Rome, the classical ideals of the beautiful, the true, the good, the pursuit of the divine and perfection. The World's Fairs connect two completely opposite eras or cultures that should have no points of contact at all. The world of the industrial robber barons and an old world that we can no longer remember, but in which the economic principles we know played no great role. Of course, some of the buildings at the fairgrounds were indeed cheaply constructed and temporary in nature. For example, in this photo of the Louisiana Purchase Expo, you can clearly see that some of the plaster is peeling off and the interior, consisting of wood, is exposed. Another example of a temporary structure is the Porte Monumentale at the World's Fair in Paris. This monumental gate has been called tasteless and considered by some critics to be the ugliest of all the Paris exhibits. Years after the St. Louis Expo, one of the architects, Louis Sullivan, wrote in The Autobiography of an Idea,
Meanwhile, the virus of the World's Fair, after a period of incubation in the architectural profession and in the population at large, especially the influential, began to show unmistakable signs of the nature of the contagion. There came a violent outbreak of the classic and the Renaissance in the American East, which slowly spread westward, contaminating all that it touched, both at its source and outward. The selling campaign of the bogus antique was remarkably well managed through skillful publicity and propaganda by those who were first to see its commercial possibilities. The market was ripe, made so through the ebitude of the populace, big businessmen, and eminent educators alike. By the time the market had been saturated, all sense of reality was gone. In its place had come deep-seated illusions, hallucinations, the blanketing of the brain. Thus, architecture died in the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Sullivan aptly describes here the poisoned rebirth of pseudo-classicism in the 20th century, the attempt to imitate the old structures without having understood the architectural principles. We always see two fundamentally different types of architecture in the photos of the expos. On the one hand, the massive classicist buildings with uniform and harmonious proportions of the golden ratio. They do not differ in the slightest from the real European Renaissance buildings, because in fact they come from the same era. On the other hand, we see cheap-looking, actually temporary buildings made of plaster and other cheap materials, which do not originate from any known historical epoch, and which were obviously built with the intention of tearing them down again as quickly as possible. The following photo shows very well how little time there was to renovate the areas back then. The buildings in the background have been renovated and repainted, while the two small houses in the foreground are still very yellowed and show their true age. Many temporary structures were erected around the old buildings for the expos, e.g., cheap pavilions, walls made of plaster, and imitations of famous buildings. But after the expos, not only the temporary, but also the old buildings were demolished. Did the World's Fairs perhaps serve, among other things, as an instrument to give people a national identity after the unified culture had collapsed? The separation into nations seems artificial. The Slavs, for example, seem just like the Germans of Nordic origin and thus part of the same people. The term Slav originated from the pejorative term sklavy, was put into the world by the Vatican and stood for the pagan tribes of Europe who did not want to submit to the monotheistic power apparatuses. After the successful infiltration of the German cultural area, only the pagan Eastern Europeans were referred to as Slavs. In fact, most of the nations we know today were not founded until after 1850. Modern Egypt, for example, only in 1953, after the British conquest. Illyria, the home of the Illyrians, became the Balkans after annexation by France. Free Tartary became Uzbekistan. Persia became Iran in 1935. The Ottoman Empire became Turkey in 1923, and so on. The old words have a meaning. Our whole past resonates in them. When these words are spoken, that alone establishes a real connection with the past. By losing these words, we also lose that connection, and with it, the connection to our ancestors. Meanwhile, our world is divided into various soulless administrative units, controlled by a small secret elite. It was at the expos that people first came into contact with the new technologies. Telephones, railways, electric light, i.e. the light bulb, wireless communications, incubators, cars, photography, films. In addition, the supposed realities of life in the colonies were also frequently depicted. Africa, South America, etc. The creation of the patent system played an important role in building the monopolies, because only with patents it was possible to own knowledge and thus technologies, and thus control people. The foundation of the world we live in today was laid then during the time of the World Expositions. The technological knowledge of the old world was selected. One part of the knowledge was kept secret, the other part was presented to the public. One of the most important criteria in this decision-making process was whether a technology could be controlled by a central authority. Any form of free energy must have been very dangerous to the forces that controlled the robber barons of the industrial age from the shadows. It is important to understand that these industrialists had not earned their wealth themselves. They were born into elite families and chosen to play a predetermined role. Hierarchy and power. Only since the dawn of the 20th century has the attitude prevailed that one must take something from others in order to be able to have something oneself. Competition took the place of cooperation. These two opposing worldviews, cooperation and competition, can be visualized as follows, with a circle and a pyramid. The competition system is pyramidally organized. It involves an authoritarian chain of command that requires absolute obedience. At the level of the intelligence services, this system is represented by the need-to-know principle. Competitive thinking can only arise in a hierarchically organized society. In this society, energy flows from the masses at the base upward to the top of the pyramid, where it may even be absorbed or consumed by non-earthly entities. At the top seems to be what is named in mythological, religious, and esoteric lore as Satan, Antichrist, evil, or the demiurge. At the base of the pyramid are people who feel powerless, basically slaves. Success in this system is defined by making it to the top. This always implies that on the way up you oppress other people, take something away from them. The further up you go, the more powerful you feel. Energy is represented or symbolized by money in this system. The money system was built in such a way that, in the sense of the pyramidal system, it gradually directs people's life energy to the top of the pyramid. We can assume that this is also where the true reason for the existence of the fiat money system is hidden: to rob people of their life energy.
Wer bist du?
Mein Name ist Momo.
We already encounter the connection between parasitic paranormal beings, the monetary system, and the oppression of humanity in the work Momo by the author Michael Ende. Men in gray, called time thieves, steal people's time. These interdimensional parasites convince the adults that they can save time by depositing it in a time savings bank. The adults believe the promises of the men in gray. In reality, the more they save, the less time they have. The time they save is lost to them. Life gradually becomes sterile and bleak. Buildings become standardized and all look the same, just like clothes. No one lives in the present anymore. No one has time for each other. And life becomes hectic. Only the children recognize the cold, vicious nature of the gray men, as they are still in touch with their own aliveness. The adults fall prey to the idea of having to save time, and so their lives become increasingly bleak and gray. But the gray men are gradually able to cast their spell over the children as well. Only Momo can resist the cold, psychopathic power of the gray men. Outside of space and time, she defeats the men in gray, frees the stolen time, and gives people back their vitality and the love in their hearts. It's amazing, by the way, that in the novel, Momo lives in an old, decaying Roman amphitheater surrounded by dreary, modern, new buildings. Momo represents the connection to the old world. She represents life. When Momo defeats the men in gray, the last one says with relief,
Es ist gut, dass alles vorbei.
Michael Ende realized that evil has no existence of its own. It is only a shadow, a black hole, the absence of something. Evil can only exist as long as there are people running away from themselves and their own aliveness. The parasites are our creation. The destruction of the parasites is the triumph of man over his own contradictory nature and his dark side. Power and powerlessness are in truth only two sides of the same coin. And also, in karmic terms, everything has its price. Every experience of power is always based on a corresponding experience of powerlessness, even if these experiences are separated on a temporal level. A good metaphor for the pyramidal system is a black hole that absorbs all light, consumes everything, and releases nothing. It is a one-way street. That's why secret societies exist in the first place. In a pyramidal system, the relevant decisions have to be made in the shadows, and no one is allowed to know the people making the decisions. The system is like a hydra, and we can only see some of their heads. Evil is always absorbing, consuming, calculating, inward-looking. It closes itself to life, to exchange, and to truth. Possibly in the old world, on the other hand, people were integrated into a cycle. Everything was cyclical and in balance. People knew that they had nothing to lose by giving to others. In these communities, people lived for each other. On an energetic level, energy flowed freely between them without flowing outward. In these small, healthy communities, there were no authoritarian hierarchies, no chains of command, no parasitic forces. Authorities evolved naturally, and people with natural authority were keen not to abuse their power, as this would have resulted in expulsion from the communities. The system, built on cooperation, includes multiple rings running concentrically outward. In the center is the heart, the wisest, most intelligent, most capable people in the community. Unlike the pyramidal system, these people do not hide, for they need not fear transparency. Even architecture reflected this concentric system. For example, in the round city of Baghdad, or Atlantis, which was supposedly built in rings. From the center or heart of the city, life moves outward in rings. The city wall separates the city from the outside world, creating a self-contained living system. Goodness is outwardly radiant, giving, without ulterior motive and without expecting anything in return. It is its own cause, its own source, and has enormous radiance.
So, going to pull out some of the elements of this story. Now, we expect this to be a hero journey, and indeed it is in a very obvious and overt way. Let's go over basic story architecture first. So when you first start writing and filmmaking, you have a linear perspective in that sense. Pretty soon you realize that both the beginning and the ending are the same, which is why we demonstrate story structure via a loop.
These are 7 basic plots.
The hero's journey. Julius Evola, revolt against the modern world.
With the First World War, the Russian Revolution, and the Second World War, it can finally be said that the decisive events are rushing towards the end times. In 1914, the imperial courts still represented a remnant of feudal and aristocratic Europe in the Western world. The World War of 1914-1918, like few other wars in history, shows all the signs of a clash not between states and nations, but between ideologies of different castes. This resulted directly and intentionally in the destruction of Imperial Germany and Catholic Austria, and indirectly in the collapse of the Tsarist Empire and the Communist Revolution. Furthermore, this resulted in such a chaotic and contradictory political economic situation in Europe that all the preconditions for a new world conflict were in place.
In his 1922 poem, The Wasteland, the poet T.S. Eliot describes the atmosphere of Western society after World War I. He writes about a collective loss of meaning in human existence. The First World War, and what is sold to us as the Spanish flu, catapulted Europe into godless modernity, completing the development that had been initiated earlier with the World's Fairs and the Industrial Revolution. Man, cut off from his roots, became a cog in a great wheel. Life was replaced with mere functioning. There isn't a more hopeless poem than Eliot's. Eliot processed the fate of a lost generation, of people who were only running away from themselves. Civilization was riddled with materialism, hedonism, and atheism. Behind this, for him, was the godlessness of modernity, the nihilism that opened up like a yawning abyss in front of humanity. This modern nihilism and materialism shows itself ideologically above all in the theory of evolution and heliocentrism. Traditional man lived in a world that represented just the opposite. Instead of a slow evolution from animal to human, with no higher meaning in a cold and hostile universe, we were placed by a creator in a perfect world where we are the center of reality and where everything we experience and do has deep meaning. Turning away from this view, rooted in tradition and dissolving the old order, is the most important goal of the occult secret societies.
According to the traditional view, the material world contains only effects. Nothing takes place in this world that did not first originate in a world invisible to us. The ancient world elevated man to God, endeavored to free him from the material passions, to transcend him with free elevation in thought as well as in action. The Semitic world not only deprived the human creature of the divine, but finally reduced God to a human form.
Julius Evola, Revolt Against the Modern World. The 1925 novel The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald is another example of post-war literature that reflects this loss of meaning. Post-war society in The Great Gatsby is characterized by materialism, consumerism, and competitiveness. Behind this is a sense of isolation. People had been cut off from their natural communities by the upheavals of modernity. And without these communities, they lost not only their connection to their past, but also to their fellow human beings. When a human being lives only for himself, life is only worth something if you have more than others. In contrast to this destructive processing of what had happened was J.R.R. Tolkien, who was also active at the time of the First World War. He grasped the complete dimension of the problem. He could only process this in myths and pictures because it is not consciously accessible to us. While Eliot and Fitzgerald are now known only to a small academic elite, Tolkien created a resonance among the masses that still seems unbroken. Unlike Eliot, he grasped the big picture and also recognized that good triumphs in the end. Unlike the alienated academics of the 20th century, he restored hope and brought back meaning to humanity. Mythologist and author Joseph Campbell describes in his epic work, The Hero with 1,000 Faces, that there is the same basic structure in the most famous stories and myths of mankind. The universal hero's journey. In the Jungian sense, it is one of the most important archetypes. It is the monomyth, the essence of all myths and stories.
You enter the forest in the darkest place, where there is no path. Where there is a way or path, it is someone else's path. Then you're not on your own path. The hero's journey is about the courage to seek the deep, the image of creative rebirth, the eternal cycle of change within us, the uncanny discovery that the seeker is himself the mystery he seeks to know. The hero's journey is a symbol that, in the original sense of the word, connects two ideas far apart: the spiritual quest of the elders with the modern search for identity, which is always the same one, shape-shifting yet wonderfully constant story.
Who's the hero? You and me. Anyone who sets out on the quest. The hero's journey essentially consists of 3 sections: separation, initiation, and return. This myth is encoded, for example, in the biblical story of the prodigal son. The son leaves his father, separation, experiences initiation. He seeks happiness in the material external world, squanders money and becomes impoverished. Then he repents of his sins and finds God. And return, reunion with family. The hero's journey is a journey out of a morally corrupt, stuck life into one's own darkness, a confrontation with one's own shadows. This confrontation leads to an initiation and eventual integration of what has been experienced. In this way, the hero brings a piece of divinity and vitality into the material, in the biblical sense satanic, world.
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers, against principalities, against the rulers of the darkness of the world, against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out there?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I made a bargain with it, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my hand.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And this earth, and then in a world we can't see.
These dark rulers work directly through people, as Bob Dylan has made unmistakably clear. Those who have power, fame, and influence in this world in these times pay a high price. A price that goes beyond this world. In the beginning, there is always a decision. In terms of our history, humanity is going through this very heroic journey. We are collectively in the second part, the initiation process, the point where the night is darkest, the dark night of the soul, the point where we are confronted with darkness, with evil. At the end of this process, there is a renewal, a reconnection with one's own history, destiny, and being, and ultimately with God. According to Zoroastrianism, the purpose of our existence on Earth is to enable the dark part of human nature to live out its darkness. This enables humanity to overcome its own darkness. In this way, entering the karmic cycles of the earth can be understood as the conscious decision to break away from evil. In Zoroastrianism, the world was created only to finally eradicate evil, Ahriman, comparable to Satan in the Bible. According to this, God set a trap for his adversary by creating the earth. Evil is now trapped in earthly existence and inevitably exposed to the process of becoming conscious, and is thereby finally destroyed at the end of the earthly ages. In order to support this process, it is necessary that enough of us make a conscious decision for truth and against the lies of this world.
For every shadow, no matter how deep, is threatened by morning light.
So what'd you think of that?
Answered a lot and kind of put a lot of things together in a sense. I knew a lot of it, but I knew something was up with the World Fairs, but I never thought that because I knew a lot of the World Fairs would come a lot of deaths and people getting sick and stuff, but I never even fathomed they were tearing down old buildings. I knew things existed.
Oh, Chuck. You need to watch part 3 then, because you thought that said a lot about the World Fairs. You should see part 3.
How long is it?
Oh, I don't know.
You watched all these already?
I watched part 3, but I never watched the first 2. But I saved the first 2 because I loved part 3 so much.
I have it still open. No.
Wait a minute. That was part 3 that we watched. I had the wrong banner up. Because I'm looking at it right now and it says part 3. So part 2 is the one that I still haven't seen. Anyways, yeah, that just blows my mind.
One was 15 minutes. One was...
That one was 2 hours.
Yeah, so the other one is...
The other one is an hour and 19 minutes. It's called...
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It looks to me like I've watched it before, but I'll watch it again.
It's the destruction of the old world is part 2.
I think that might be the one of the videos I've seen where it's got houses submerged in the mud and all that.
Yeah, it's amazing, the stuff that they've hidden and erased, and it's just criminal that they would destroy that.
Justifies logic to think, look at all these beautiful built buildings and stuff like that. And you see people in old pictures walking in mud up to past their ankles, but they could have that technology to build the houses but not streets. No, that don't cut it.
Yeah. And like those exhibitions, they want you to believe they built them in 30 months with hand tools and horse-drawn carts.
Yeah.
Like they said, they erected all the glass for that one in London in a week. Bullshit. Ain't no way.
Yeah, they're trying to say they did it out there with the primitive tools and then...
Yeah. Horse-drawn carriages brought all the glass, and they put all those panels of glass up, that acres and acres of that building in a week. Yep. And there's some oceanfront property in Arizona.
I have seen a lot with all the different buildings with the antenna cages and different things like that. It's questionable for the free energy stuff. That, like you said, you can't make money off that. You can't make money off of cures. You can make...
No, and that's why they're hiding it all. They're destroying it all. See all those old buildings? Ain't no way they built any of them, but did you see they all had those spires on top?
Yep.
So they had the free energy back then, and they wanted to erase it because they didn't want the people to have it.
That's like Nikola Tesla. Everything he did was copied and stolen by somebody else.
Yeah. And it's good that Trump's uncle got a hold of some of this stuff and protected it.
Like Edison, his bullshit didn't work.
Right? Hi to all you people that are watching. Don't know if you enjoyed it. I hope you do, because we love this kind of stuff. I love learning about our history. You can't go forward if you don't know where you came from. And the stuff that they've hidden is just unbelievable.
Hey, Miss Grandma.
Happy Easter, everybody. Happy Hoppy Day.
Yep. Make sure your rabbit didn't lay eggs. Because if they are, they're Cadbury chocolate.
I could go for 1 or 2 of those, maybe.
That, and I can't remember the name of the chocolate. Russell Stover. I don't know if you ever see that.
Yep.
I like Russell Stover. They got these strawberry cream egg things they have during the holidays. They'll either be eggs or whatever, for whatever holiday it is.
Mm-hmm.
Them things are awesome, and their rabbits are awesome. I'm not sure if Russell Stover's here, if it's from somewhere else, but to me, that's about the best there is. I used to love Hershey's, but not anymore since I started tasting that chocolate.
I like the milk chocolate. That rich, really rich stuff. I can't handle that. But I
The
like
black, it's stuff so that's black, the bitter.
Yeah, I can't handle that either. It's milk chocolate that I'm.
Yeah, that's why I get the Russell Stover milk chocolate. Look, see when you go out, if you see any of the rabbits or any of that stuff, try one of their solid milk chocolate rabbits.
Yeah, they got I think they have them at the drugstore down here. The Shoppers Drug Mart carries Russell Stovers.
You can find a small one that's like $1 or so, and then there's a bigger one that's like $3, and then you can get a full size one, but those are like $5 to $8, but they're worth it. But I don't get that kind of stuff because I won't leave it alone.
Yeah, see if I bought one. I used to occasionally like them when I was younger. Now, if I got one, I'd take maybe 2 bites, and then the rest would just sit there because it's just too sweet.
Take it and cut it up and put it in little sections and freeze it. That way, you want some of it, you pull it out.
I suppose I could save it and use it for baking.
Yeah, make some cookies and put it in. Cookies are awesome with milk chocolate in it.
Yeah. I found a recipe there a couple months ago, and they're called cake box cookies.
Yeah.
Oh man, are they good. Oh. And they're made with, you buy a box of cake mix, and you use 2 eggs and a stick of butter, a teaspoon of vanilla, and then you add, once you've got the dough all mixed, you just add whatever you want. Like if you wanted to add mini M&Ms, or you wanted to add chocolate chips, or you wanted to add pecans, or walnut bits, anything, whatever you wanted to add to the cookie dough, then you mix it into the dough and you put it in the fridge for 2 hours so that it stiffens up so that you can roll it into like 1-inch balls, and you set it on a cookie sheet and you cook it for 10 minutes, and they are to die for. You can use any kind of cake mix you want. You can put anything in it that you want, and you just use those 4 basic ingredients: the cake mix, the eggs, the butter, and the vanilla, and then you add a 1/4 cup of whatever you want. So chocolate chips or mini M&Ms or little bits of gumdrops or whatever you wanted to put in them. But man, are they good. And they're just got like a crisp on the outside, and they're still nice and soft in the inside. I found that recipe and it was like unreal.
I was making for a while. I haven't done it lately. That 2 ingredient fudge where you use like the chocolate powder stuff that's unsweetened.
Yep.
And condensed milk, and you mix it together, and then I can't remember how long. I think you bake it. I can't remember, but there's a bunch of YouTube videos on people that do that. It's awesome.
I love when you find good recipes like that.
But it tastes like fair fudge or something.
Yeah. Did anybody want me to try and play that Rumble video?
It don't matter. I may disappear or may be here and be asleep when it stops, but I'm not tired yet. At one point, I started nodding off in there, and I resituated because it started getting interesting. It got to a lull, a lot of the stuff that I knew or whatever. And I get easily distracted. Like I was that way in school, though. I sucked at school while I was there. I did shitty on my schoolwork while I was in school and my homework, but I'd ace tests. I got told later in life that was because I got bored and I didn't apply myself because I knew it already.
Well, they never wanted, like, I loved history, and they never wanted to I don't know. They just never wanted to
really elaborate.
Yeah, they kind of just pushed it aside, and I really loved it.
And I would like say stuff my grandmother would say, or somebody else would say, or some of the older people, and they'd tell me it was lies. That couldn't have happened. I don't know if you watch any of the videos that put a different perspective on Hitler. That he wasn't a good person, but he wasn't near as bad and did the things they say he did either.
No, he was a patsy, right?
Yep.
Because they were funding both sides of it.
It's like they found a mass grave in Poland because all the politicians and different people, predominant people, just disappeared. And here not long ago, they found mass graves that had like 15,000 people in it.
Where was that?
In Poland. It was during Hitler's reign. They tried to blame Hitler for it, and ended up being the Russians at the time that did it. The ones that are pushing all these buttons now, really.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna give this a try, and we'll see if it works.
The Khazar people, you know what I mean?
Yep. I know exactly what you're saying. Create banner. Give this a whirl and see if it works.
Then I watched some engineers talking about the different places where they supposedly burned the Jews or gassed the Jews, and none of them were functioning. They didn't have the staining or the poison that was supposedly used, because all that stuff would still be imposed into the rock. The things that they said were the smokestacks and stuff wouldn't have functioned for what they were, that they were add-ons to different construction of the buildings, and they weren't from that period, they're from years after. A lot of weird stuff. A lot of shit I won't talk about, like I said, because people think I'm a nut.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see if this will work. Now, I had to do the entire screen the last time, right?
Yeah. Your entire, yeah. Then find the tab that's on. Probably the one under it, maybe.
Oh. There.
My friends, we have a bombshell news report, a whistleblower, a CIA whistleblower dropping hard evidence that implicates Biden, Obama, Hillary, Brennan, that they actually executed SEAL Team 6, covered it up.
Was it working?
Audio, video,
yeah.
documentary proof.
I'm going to mute
Before
them.
I get into this, if you're new here, go ahead and tap that red button down below to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you're the first to know when the latest news breaks. Now, Anna Kate, she'll be joining me in just a moment. She tweeted out yesterday, and now the story is going viral across the web. She said, breaking, Alan Harrow Perot, CIA whistleblower, tells Charles Woods, the father of Tyrone Woods, who was killed in Benghazi, that Obama and Biden sent $152 billion as a cover-up for the deaths of SEAL Team 6. Allen said all of the proof will come out, documents and audio. Now, I'm going to play you the video that's attached here. Okay, video of the whistleblower's own words. But first, let's get some background. Kerry Donovan from DJHJ Media reports that the full interview of the CIA whistleblower, interviewed by Charles Woods and Nicholas No, surfaced on Sunday, where the three talk about the blackmail extortion of $152 billion sent to Iran to cover up the deaths of SEAL Team 6 by the Obama administration. Perot has extensive experience with the intelligence community.
The white guy with a turban on his head, he's called the Falconer.
And what he said are going to uncover numerous crime sprees. Now, I personally have confirmation that the whistleblower evidence is now in the hands of a member of Congress with the means to take action. And Perot said, of the evidence. A heavy price has been paid for what we are uncovering, and millions of people want to see the truth has to come out. Yes, the truth has to come out. Let's take a look now at the whistleblower before we get to Anna. We'll be right back with Anna after this.
You'd think he'd know not to lie about something so obvious. He said it was a Muslim burial at sea. Nonsense. And so this big lie that you see, Biden, Hillary, and Clinton worked this agreement with Iran. They trusted Iran to move bin Laden to Pakistan. He did. He was there. But then they trusted Iran to keep him there. They moved him out back to Iran. And then the communication from Iran to Obama was, hey, we got your neck in a noose. Give us all this money. $152 billion, $2 billion on an airplane pallet was paid out for the secrets I wish to reveal now and to the president under the terms of misprision and treason. That is to say, this is a secret. These are secrets worth $152 billion paid by President Obama. And Vice President Biden paid with the blood of SEAL Team 6 when he had them killed.
So it's blackmail and extortion then.
Blackmail and extortion.
Now,
Iran commandeered.
You have the documents to prove this.
Yes.
Now,
Iran. Yes, sir.
Well, I was going to ask you, if you have those documents, are you willing to personally deliver those to President Trump if he were to provide the transportation and the guarantee of safety for you to do that?
Well, I'm not concerned about safety. There's always an invisible hand that protects us, and we're on the winning team. America's on the winning team.
Not one sparrow falls to the ground outside of God's will.
Yes. It would be my pleasure and my honor to bring this material to President Trump. There's a massive amount, terabytes, documents, video, audio. It needs to go to the president.
I will do everything that I can to get this video.
And now joining me is Anna Kate. Anna has personally seen and heard the evidence firsthand. She was there when the information was transferred to a person of influence in the United States government. Anna, break this all down for us. This is huge news. What are the implications for Obama, Hillary, Brennan? What did you hear on those audio recordings?
First of all, I want to say, thank you, Gary, for having me on. I want to say this is the most explosive information that Americans and the entire world will ever hear. I have to say, these men are heroes. Alan, Charles, Nick, they are American heroes. It's an honor to even be a part of this. I was not expecting this at all. I was attending an American Priority Conference in Florida where Trump Doral, and they were the last ones to speak. Save the best for last, because shockingly, they gave this presentation, dropped this Benghazi bombshell on all of our heads, and we're all wondering what in the world just happened. I came up to honor these wonderful men. They're Christian men. They're spirit-filled men. As a Christian, I wanted to honor them as American patriots and heroes. And they basically said, "Hey, we need someone to help release this right now. Would you help us?" And so I jumped on the bandwagon. We got to my room right away, put the stuff out there. They showed me a lot of the documents. I heard the audios. I heard even more audios this morning. Gary, it is explosive. The audios that they have, I can't mention some of the names, but I'll tell you the biggest names in intelligence, the biggest names in the Obama administration, Brennan, Clinton. There's so much. It ties into Joe Biden. There is so much here. What this administration has done is absolute treason. Now, we all know, and not all of us actually in America are aware, that something was wrong with Benghazi. Okay, there were red flags there, and there was big red flags with SEAL Team 6 who took out Osama bin Laden. It was interesting timing right before Obama's reelection, how this bin Laden raid happened. But turns out that all of these stories, they're all linked together. This is the best kept secret in this country until now. It is time to come forward, and I'm so blessed that this man, Alan, who has an extensive history in the Middle East, over 20 years working intelligence in the Middle East, who, regrets some of the things that he has done, but has come forward as a Christian saying it's time to release this information. He has thousands of files, thousands of documents that are in the hands of these whistleblowers. So it's a team effort, and a lot of media sources have this information. As you have said, a congressperson has received this disc last night. I was there. It happened right in front of me. We're about to see some explosive things surface. I'll tell you a little quick preview of what it's about. Obviously, you have Nick No, who is a Benghazi whistleblower who reached out to Charles Woods after his son died in Benghazi. He was a sniper up on the roof in Benghazi. His father, Charles Woods, never knew what happened to Tyrone Woods. He was lied to by the Obama administration, telling them that they have done everything that they could to protect those men, which was a bold-faced lie. They did not. And Alan, Charles Woods explains it in his presentation, which is up on my YouTube if you want to see the entire presentation. He explained what Obama wrote him a 3-sentence letter, Gary, a 3-sentence letter completely lying to him. And what happened was, after Charles went on different interviews and it went viral, there were intelligence people that reached out to Charles and said, that is not what happened. You were lied to. This is what happened. Benghazi, Hillary Clinton and the Obama administration, they were sending weapons, Stinger missiles from Libya to Syria, and it was going through Benghazi. And they allowed all those men to be taken out because of what they knew. And he also found out, in addition to that, which is insane, he found out more information about the SEAL Team 6 with Osama bin Laden, which is what is all of this is coming out. It's all connected together.
So from what I've been able to gather so far, listening to the whistleblower himself, looking over the different articles that have already been published, in conversations with people, with yourself, other sources, what I'm able to gather here is that the entire operation to take out Osama bin Laden was orchestrated with Hillary Clinton. So Hillary Clinton goes off. She sends out SEAL Team 6. They don't tell Obama. They say, Obama, you're going to have to deal with this, because they've been hiding Osama bin Laden in Iran. And apparently even CBS News punted a story back. And Iran knew about it. They were hiding him there. Back in 2010, CBS News punted a story because they thought it would be harmful to Barack Obama. So it was actually known, but they dropped the ball. So what ends up happening is you have the SEAL Team 6 goes in, Hillary orders the hit, and then Iran sends Osama bin Laden down to that hideout where he was supposedly hiding, but then they switch him out last minute. Yes. SEAL Team 6 goes in there, and they kill the decoy, and now they go up in the air, they finish their mission, but now they all know that they didn't kill Osama bin Laden, but America, everyone's celebrating in front of the White House that very moment. So now you've got a serious problem on your hands, and Iran says, guess what? We're going to tell the world that you lied to your people unless you send us the money. Is that basically what we're talking about in a nutshell here?
In a nutshell, that's exactly what happened. And the implications of this, the administration in cohorts with Iran protecting bin Laden. And I have to say, I just heard the audio clip this morning of a congressman. He will be named. I won't name his name right now. Who is not a good guy, who is on these audio tapes with Alan, talking about, well, let's hold off killing Osama bin Laden until the time is right, so we can use him as a trophy. The word trophy wasn't used.
You heard a congressman say that.
Yes, I did. I heard it. I don't have the file. They have it. It's being released. It's given to the congressman last night. Media has it as well. They're hopefully soon they'll release it. But I heard this. I heard that on the audio that they said, hold Osama until we're ready. And then what happened was Iran last second, like you were saying, last minute decided to take Osama out. And so there was a decoy, a double, whatever it was. When the SEAL Team 6 team came in to kill Osama, they had direct orders not to take the body back home. You saw with Saddam Hussein, it was all over the place. You know, his pictures were everywhere. They took the body, they did a DNA test, confirmed it was Saddam Hussein. But with bin Laden, it was never happened. It never happened. They told them to basically throw his body parts over the mountains, which in the news media, they said it wasn't, they dropped his body in the water, which by the way is haram, which Alan explains, having lived in the Middle East over 20 years. He said, that's haram. When you bury a Muslim, you bury them in the ground and their head faces Mecca. There is no way that they would ever, as a Muslim, and John Brennan, being director of the CIA, would know that because he's Muslim himself. He would know not to ask them to drop it off over the mountains. So the Navy, the SEAL Team 6 knew what was going on, and I'm sure they knew they were in big trouble. And obviously they were all slaughtered and all left to die by this not this administration, by Obama administration. And what happened, like you said, Iran on audio tapes, it's going to come out, of making deals with the Obama administration and Joe Biden's administration, saying, if you do not send us $152 billion, we will release this information and you will not get reelected. So what did Obama do?
You mentioned that money, but I also heard Perot say there was $2 billion that was also earmarked. So I don't mean to interrupt you, but please.
What happened?
They cut me off on YouTube.
They did?
Yep, the girls just said the stream disappeared for policy violations.
Huh.
And I have the banner, and I have the fair use allowance, education, commentary. But I'm still here. Yes, I'm still here.
Unless somebody snuck in and shut it down.
I'm guessing. That must be a sensitive target, huh?
Yeah, that purple border you got down here too. I wouldn't have put that on there. That might have affected it.
Why?
I would never put that. I'd put like something like commentary or whatever, but I wouldn't put the full.
What do you mean?
Right up under mine and your picture in here, it shows breaking whistleblower drops hard evidence. Yeah, I would never put exactly what you're watching because somebody see that and they can get you with like your B, your O, your H.
Oh.
Yeah, that I would never add that to it. I'd put like up top all video commentary and.
Whoops, I didn't mean to do that either.
But you already got that on the bottom, but I like your Saturday night banner. I'd put like at the end of something like that, if you're going to do this, put like commentary and questions or.
Yeah. So.
You've probably seen in some of my videos, I'll put like, what do y'all think? Or imagine this, or. Yeah, it went off for a good couple minutes, didn't it? I'm looking back.
What's that?
When they hit you, that it went off. Your stream went off for a good couple minutes.
Yeah, Anna Marie said, but you got the point out.
Yeah, they hit me the other day for that Trump, that rally I put on there 5 hours. They got me for false facts or something, whatever the hell.
Oh, I'm sure I'll find out when I end the stream. There'll probably be a notice. But for now, I guess we're still talking.
Yeah, they ain't killed it. It's back on there.
They just killed the video.
Yeah, they killed your whole stream and then it'll come back up after a couple minutes.
Oops. I upset somebody.
Yeah, I've seen that guy with the turban on his head, the white guy with the beard.
Yep.
He's called a Falconer. He's a big X 3-letter agency.
Probably several of them.
And the reason they call him a Falconer is over there where he was, they had, I guess they send a lot of information by bird.
Yeah, Anna Marie, did you see the side-by-side comparison between sauerkraut and Fancy Pants that's supposedly the president of the blue and yellow over there?
Yeah.
See, side by side, they look like they could be father and son or grandfather and grandson.
You tell about Germany's?
No, the ones next to Ruskies.
Oh. The UKR?
Yeah. And then sauerkraut there. GS.
Yeah.
If you put them pictures side by side, they look like they could be grandfather and grandson. Okie dokie, Anna Marie. Get me a coffee while you're gone, would ya?
Well, I guess I'm gonna head out and go to bed.
Alrighty. Miss Vicky be home soon?
She's asleep over here on the couch. She was off tonight. She's off Friday and Saturday.
Oh,
she filled out early, and it's going to throw her off. She's got to work tomorrow or Sunday night.
See, all our stores are closed up here.
Yeah, that's what Dorinda was saying. They were off Friday and today.
And all of our, like any of the grocery stores or anything here, are closed. They were closed Friday and they're closed like Sunday.
Only time Walmart, I think she said here closed is Christmas Day. And granted, she'll go in. Her Christmas Day being off will be that she has to go in at 10 o'clock. They consider, I'm trying to think how they did that. At Christmas Eve, they consider her Christmas Eve from 10 o'clock Christmas Eve till in the Christmas morning, and then they got to go in that night when everybody else had that day off. Even though it's only 2 hours of it, but still seemed to me like it'd be okay. My Christmas Day, since the store's shut, I guess they would have them work for a few hours, but I don't understand it.
No, Ms. Graham, I'm from southwestern Ontario. I'm about an hour and 15 minutes east of Detroit.
Yeah, I used to live in Cleveland on Fish Lake Erie. I'd been out there on a boat when I was a kid fishing, but I think when I was a kid, my mom and dad went with their friend. They'd go over into Canada all the time by boat, ferry, whatever it was.
Oh yeah. Well, I used to take my kids up in the summer when we used to fish from wherever we could drive to, get the car close enough to the water we'd fish from all summer. So I'd take them up there to Sarnia so that they could watch the whack jobs jumping off of from underneath the Blue Water Bridge into the river.
Yeah.
What a bunch of retards. I said, you ever do that? I'll take you out myself. Make another one just like you. Talk about stupid.
It's like those cliff jumpers and all the different ones. They go to Lake Havasu and all that.
Yeah.
Climb all the way up that shit to jump off of it. And if they fell climbing up it, usually the bottom of the cliff, they would fall on rock.
Well, the St. Clair River, Detroit River that runs under the bridge there, that sucker is running fast. Like, fast. And these idiots are jumping off into it.
Be like flushing the toilet almost.
Pretty much. That's what it looks like when it's going under the bridge. Yeah, we used to, as soon as spring was warm enough to fish, and I've got pictures of me, I'll have to find them. I got pictures of me standing out with ice on the water of us fishing. And there's still chunks of ice floating around us. But when it was warm enough, and as soon as school was out, every day we'd leave at 10 o'clock, drive to wherever we could get to with the car to fish, and we'd fish all day until dusk. And then it was like, just one more cast, one more. They go back to school in the fall, and the kids say, what'd you do for the summer? And a bunch of the kids at school say, well, we went to Wonderland one day, and we went to some other theme park somewhere for a day. And my kids would go, what else did you do? Well, that's about it. And then they asked my kids what they did, and they said, oh, we went fishing and swimming all day, every day. Unless it was raining with thunder and lightning, we were out fishing and swimming. And they're like every day of the summer. And my kids are going, yep. Well, who did that? And they're like, my mom.
Yeah, I never took any of our kids. I don't think we ever took them to like big amusement parks. We'd go to the fair and do a lot of shit like that, or go hang out with friends and go to the lake or do different stuff. I never was big on amusement parks. I don't like them.
Yeah, like I said to my kids when they come home and tell me about the fall questioning from everybody at school, and they'd say, that doesn't sound like a very fun summer that they had. And I'm like, right? I said, did you have fun this summer? They're like, oh yeah, I wish summer was still longer. I don't want to go back to school.
Yeah, a lot of these people spend so much money to take their kids out for a few days or a week that they can't afford to do nothing the rest of the year, summer, while they're off.
Yeah. And then when you think about all these people that would take vacations every single year to Disney World, oh.
Yeah, well, that kind of when they spend, they could have put a damn, not an in-ground pool. They could have got a nice pool for their backyard. And the kids could have got use out of it.
Even so, when you think about what we now know is going on and has gone on there.
Yep.
And you know what? That's one place I've never been. I've never been to any of the Disney resorts. Well, I don't know if Wonderland in Canada is considered part of that chain. I've been there once.
Only thing close that I ever been was in high school. We went to Six Flags over here in Texas. And then when I was a kid, we lived up in Ohio. I've been to Cedar Point a few times.
Yeah, and like then you look at all the stuff that was hidden right in plain sight, like all the big events, the Super Bowl, all these big celebratory bowl games on, supposed holidays. And then you look at one of our big ones up here is the Calgary Stampede, right? It's a couple weeks long.
Yeah.
Biggest event. People come from all over the world, and their children are all wandering around unsupervised. And isn't it convenient that they made sure this year that all the restrictions came off a week before the Calgary Stampede? And then they went back into place about 2 weeks after the Calgary Stampede.
They probably tried to blame, oh, we tried it, and this is what happened, and it's got worse. And then what's
Yeah. It's just unbelievable. And when you find out everything you had no clue was going on, then you look at everything in a whole different aspect now. Happy Easter, everybody. Happy Hoppy Day.
Yeah, happy Easter out. And I'm trying to start drinking you that lemon water I've been drinking the past few days. It sold me on it the other night when I had a headache. Went and made one, and within 20 minutes, my headache was gone.
Yeah, well, the good thing about lemon water, too, is it raises your pH balance. And the higher your pH balance, the less infections can exist.
Yep. Kills any kind of yeast or any yeast infections, any stuff like that, any bladder infections.
Yeah.
You'd think it'd be acidic, but it turns alkaline.
Yeah. And it raises your pH. And if you get your pH, I think it's above 7.9, no infection can exist in that. According to peer research documents. I'm not a doctor, nor do I claim to be, nor do I pretend to be one on YouTube. 10-4?
Kill all types of parasites, which infections, viruses, and cancers are parasites.
Yep. Well, I think I'm going to shut it down because it's early in the morning on Hoppy Day.
Yeah, I'm going to get out here. I'm going to get where I can't stop yawning.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you guys all for coming and sharing that with me and sharing my little slap on the hand. Might be my channel tomorrow. I don't know.
They ain't going to do it. If that's your first strike, then it just... I wouldn't advertise that again, that big bold thing, and I'd always add, if you're going to do something like that, commentary questions or something to that order, like it's a discussion type thing.
Yeah. Okay. Heavenly Father, please protect and look after everybody as we enter into Easter and celebrate the resurrection. We pray that you lift every one of our community up, wrap them in a hedge of protection, heal those because we know that you are the ultimate healer, Lord. Help those who are in trouble and wash them in the blood of the Lamb. In your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen. Everybody have a hoppy day.
Good night.
Love y'all. Good night, ladies. Thanks for your company. Thanks for the pajama party.